have sound, I believe. Hello. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to stream. Howdy, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever time of day it is. Hello, and welcome to Feedback Friday, Art Edition. I have audio. We'll see if it lasts. Good morning. Yeah, we're doing art today. Um, oh, it is a Friday, and Dave is on vacation, and I am not in England. Uh, I was very nearly in England. Unfortunately, life happened and I could not go. Um, but on the bright side, you have a stream today because of that. So that was Charlie indeed. Yeah. She detected the camera mode was going on, and so she's like, "I'm gonna get up in there. Very important." I'm gonna sound my claim my king's reward. Okay. All right. So today we are working on the new permanent area again. Um, and I'm still kind of keeping details on lockdown about kind of like thematics and what's going on, what it's all about. But we're obviously like, going to be exploring a character in it. What are you eating? Why are you eating dry leaves? Charlie is absolutely obsessed with textures, and dry leaves are her absolute favorite. So she kind of helps me pruning the plants in my place by letting me know when there's dead leaves on things. Hey, if I miss like watering day. All right. So today I have a prompt for a character, and it is the the vicious Viscount. Uh, so I don't know what I want to do with that. A lot of the time, I kind of will come into um, a drawing with some kind of general concept about like really where I overall want to go with it. Like, I want it to be like, like a big buff kind of character lifting a thing, or like scheming, or like doing something silly. Um, with the vicious Viscount as the prompt, and I don't need to use the prompt. It's just kind of like a useful tool for kind of like going somewhere with a creation, and not just kind of meandering and nothing. Vicious is obviously, kind of like it could be all kinds of things, but like, dangerous, or having kind of like an evil kind of like kind of, yeah. What's a Viscount? I know, I know. It's like a kind of like, let's see, define Viscount. Because like at the same time, I'm kind of like, I don't know really like what a Viscount is, I guess. But yeah, it's like basically a status, like a. It's not even like royalty, is it? It is some kind of like class ranking though. The actual definition is a British nobleman ranking above a baron and below an earl. So that's like about kind of like, I guess, land ownership, and stuff like that. I think, I don't know the system. Wasn't raised in it. Um, but yeah, okay, nobility. Yeah, and I mean, we kind of got that going with MouseHunt, don't we? Like we got our whole ranks. Do we? We don't have Viscount, do we? We got Viceroy. Let's see. So it would be above a baron and below an earl, and we don't have an earl. Um, yeah, I guess would it be above a count, a duke, or I don't actually know where it would land in those if we tried to apply it. But yeah, so Viscount would be, relatively high stature. So um, want this character to probably like have some pomp to them. Um, yeah. So I wonder. Yeah. So I don't really have a plan about like how I want this character to be represented yet. And we don't need to go with like vicious. It's just kind of like when we created a list of characters, we just kind of like did a lot of alliteration to kind of create quick names. Actually, Norman did most of, I think, all of the kind of like initial name pass for the artists to kind of just use as a prompt. Um, and so they're honestly a lot of fun, and they've like because we have those, they've kind of like assisted in just kind of like really quickly conjuring up some really fun characters. Now, Vicious Viscount for me, I'm like, that's interesting. I don't have anything that kind of instantly kind of comes out though, but like, like big kind of like, you know, um, poofy shoulder, not shoulders, but like, a, a really kind of like uh, an outfit that's just kind of like really ostentatious, got like a sash, got like ribbons, and like look how big status I am. Um, so it could be kind of funny if it's like, um, like little scrawny character in like overtly kind of just bombastically trying to just kind of like look how important I am. I guess people call it like the Napoleon complex. Well, I don't know if that's the appropriate term for it, but like, um, I guess that's a different thing. But just kind of like trying to show off more importance, and kind of like make a show of it. So I think this character would kind of like be really embellished with like all kinds of extra details to kind of like push that concept of like my status, um, like standing on a thing and kind of just you know pinning too many medals or something like that could be interesting. Um, yeah, so yeah, like greedy, yeah, angry archduke. I like these. Vile viceroy, evil elder, sinister sage, fearsome fable. We found the like the Nega hunters group where there's like the evil clones to contend with kind of thing. Yeah, sneering. Oh, sneering would be a really good. Yeah, I like sneering is a great kind of just kind of like expression. Um, One that I will be like, oh boy, I gotta figure out how to be able to draw sneering. It's I'm gonna save this file first so I don't overwrite my template real quick. But I like that. I like sneering because like that would be kind of like you know lean into that kind of vicious this kind of like sniveling kind of dangerous um, character. I think that would be good. Right, mice. All right, make that a Photoshop document, even though I'm working in Clip Studio. Okay. And so this is something that happened recently. So the art team has kind of moved into kind of like this more shared drive. Normally, what we've been doing is working off of Google Drive, where we each have our own kind of personal work accounts, and it has like you can have like several hundred gigs or a terabyte or whatever of storage. And what we do is we'd work on our files and save them to our computer, and the system would just kind of like sync it to the cloud. So we'd have kind of like a backup online, we'd have our offline version, and if people needed something, we'd be able to like go into our drive and then send them a direct link to that file. Worked pretty good. But what we decided to do was instead kind of like for the new year, kind of like put together a shared drive that's kind of like built for doing this, where we all just kind of like access the same folder structure, where it's like, okay, this is the like the folder for the birthday release, and anything that happens for that, we're gonna put all our working files, all of our export files in a kind of like structured folder set, so we don't each have our own kind of organization systems. It's like, okay, here's where the mice go, here's where the items go, here's where all the HUD stuff gets laid out and broken down. It's working good. Clip Studio. Because it's doing a time-lapse recording while I'm working, some of the files can get ridiculously large, and that's just how it goes. Because the shared drive is using like a streaming thing, um, when Clip Studio auto saved on one of the latest images I was working on, it it just kind of like was trying to upload this file, and it basically timed out. So it actually corrupted a file, because it wasn't working offline like I was used to, where it just saves to the computer itself, and then the like software just kind of syncs it. It actually was just trying to like save directly to the like the cloud effectively, and like there isn't a local version on my computer, which is like um, and so I actually ended up losing some of my progress on that piece. Thankfully, not so much, and uh, the system does allow you to like roll back to previous versions of the file. So I recovered it and got that working. But one of the things I've learned from that is to set myself to be able to work offline mode on my stuff. And so that way it's not going to have that issue, and it's not only in one kind of place. So that's just an interesting little tidbit if anyone works on cloud type stuff. Might be something to consider to have like offline and online version. So what I have to do when I do this is go to where I saved it and go into, where are you? Oh, not in events, because it's a permanent area. Go in and find where that new file is that I just created, and just make sure to set that to offline access. There you are. Sorry, I'm like a bit scatterbrained because I'm streaming and I'm trying to talk. Available offline. There it is. Okay, cool. We're good now. So, also another thing about, so the art team, basically everybody works in Photoshop. Makes sense. But I work in Clip Studio as much as I can because Photoshop frustrates me. I still need to use it for a lot of things. But I like a lot of the features of Clip Studio. However, it's like default file format doesn't load in other software because it's like a Clip Studio file itself. Um, and what that lets me do is like do screen recordings. It lets me save folder structures with like a lot of extra features that Photoshop does not have access to. However, it means that the others can't use those files. So either I save my own kind of Clip Studio version and then I also save a Photoshop version, or I can actually just save it as a Photoshop version, do everything I want, have access to all of the features and bells and whistles and recording until I close that file and reopen it. And then it's like, it kind of like loads it without all the kind of like stuff that it had before because it only saves stuff relevant to Photoshop. So if I was doing a time lapse recording, it loses that. So it's just kind of an interesting challenge of like figuring out my process with this new kind of system where it's like I should probably work as Clip Studio offline completely, and then do just an upload export of a PSD, I guess. That might be the way to go. But yeah, I don't know, still figuring it all out. All right, let's see. Yeah, I mean, it's a maybe the mouse is vicious. That means it earned its status by force or violence, which is often how that can happen. All right. Does the Viscount belong to the same area as the one you drew on the last Feedback Friday art? It is an excellent question. I would say they're related, but not directly in the same location in a way. Kind of yes and kind of no. Like as you're all aware, like a lot of MouseHunt kind of areas or kind of adventures take place in kind of multiple parts and stages and kind of like it's that situation. So it's the same release. It's the same kind of um, actual kind of like quest and adventure, but they're kind of like in their own groups for reasons. And I'll leave it at that. Yeah. All right. Thank you. Yeah. No, I have a few journal themes that I am hoarding for myself apparently. Yeah. Do we not actually have like the Valor Rift journal theme that is in the game? Because I does this one not have a version that is actually just like Hunter's Journal? I guess maybe it doesn't. I know that the Calm Clearing is that situation because I've been sitting on that hoping that we'll like soon do an actual like gameplay pass on that to make it actually have gameplay, um, and then have that kind of come out with it. No kidding. Okay, I'll have to harass some people about kind of looking at how we can kind of add this into the game in an interesting way. Yeah, I mean, I think that people would definitely have you know been aware if it exists, but yeah, I think you might be right that it doesn't. It's quite interesting. I don't know. I must have done this on stream at some point, and I probably was like, yeah, we're gonna add this. I don't know why I wouldn't want us to add it. I guess I don't know. Yeah. All right. Well, I'll try to remember to to bring that up next week. Fridays tend to be kind of like I'm gonna forget this over the weekend, so we'll see. All right. Yeah, it was done on stream. Awesome. Okay. But yeah, I mean, I think that that's appropriate to kind of like I don't think there's a reason to hold back on this one. I guess I wonder when I did this. If it was like before, I don't know. It must have been after we did most of it. Maybe the area already came out and then I made it and we just never figured out where to add it in. Mm. All right. Well, let's look at some art, or let's get started on some art. Oh, this camera is not mirrored. What the gross? What's happening? I want to fix that now. Image overlay webcam. There you are. Why are you not mirrored? Is my audio still good? I think it is. Properties. Configure video. Oh, why would it give me an option to flip vertically? August 21. All right. Interesting. Okay. What the heck? Seriously, why is flip vertically an option but not flip horizontally? Great. Why? Okay, well, whatever. Is that something I can configure? No, it's just a folder. That's the overlay. Yeah, that's weird. I don't understand. Like, this way I'm good. I can mirror myself. Here, I don't know why it flips. It didn't used to. Oh, yes. There are Different mice groups. That is right. Name of the next permanent area. I will definitely not be revealing that because I don't know what it's going to be called exactly. Also, it would probably be major spoilers, so not happening. But good try. All right. So we have time lapse record on. So if you're watching this as a VOD and you just want to kind of skip to seeing what the art looks like, feel free to, like I'm going to be rambling for hours and there will be like an hour-long break in the middle, etc. Feel free to jump to like the final 5 minutes of the video if I remember to play the time lapse. You'll get to enjoy that while I just kind of ramble a little more while tired. Okay, so Vicious Viscount. We're probably going to want to have someone who is like, like super, just kind of like, I am the most important, kind of, you know, like all those like paintings where the people are just kind of like posing on top of things. Um, the portraits that might be kind of, but then like there's the sneering kind of like that could be a good kind of expression to kind of like layer onto that. I think we'll maybe want to do something with like the shape language of like maybe like a meek looking character, but like way over loaded with just kind of like fancy and stuff that makes them seem very important, like a way too big hat. Like what are you compensating for with your way too big hat? Like I feel like that kind of stuff is I am the most important because I have the biggest hat. That kind of thing. Big shoulders. And like the poofiest collars. Like, how there's like bros that will like have pop collars to be cool. This could be like that, but like in that kind of baroque kind of, because I think that's kind of like a theme is like we're going for that like old school kind of garb and good fun. Yeah, I think I want like a really big, just kind of badge, some kind. I got this badge for being the most vicious. Yeah, exactly. Like clothes just too big for the body. Yeah. Okay. So the Valor Rift came out in 2019, and then the actual um, frame was illustrated in 2021. So yeah, I guess it came out, you know, or we created it like so much later that there wasn't like this organic place to just kind of like drop it into the shop. And I think we were kind of like sitting on it with like, oh, maybe we'll add it to some kind of event or something that happens there, and then we just never remembered to do that. So I guess we need to like figure out a cool like Valor Rift event to do or something, and then just kind of like add that to the shop. So, okay, so I want it to be like this character is maybe they're like about to be or they're kind of like posing for their painting. You know, they're like fancy oil painting that would be, you know, hung up on the kind of like dining hall. So like what's really fun in a lot of those is they're often like posing with weird objects, like just like a bushel of grapes or like, you know, a a piece of paper or a jug or something, um, or like on top of a horse. Although I guess that's not as weird. But it'd be kind of fun to like make this character like posing for their painting or something like that, but sneering, of course. Um, what kind of like objects would be pretty good? Do we think? Puffy sleeves, puffy everything. That's how you know the mouse is extremely vicious. A piece of gilded cheese, the fanciest of cheese. I made my fortune with this cheese. I suppose that one challenge is I don't want to imply that this character drops this item. That can be kind of like, I don't know if it'd be like too, like, why isn't he dropping the item that he's holding? Kind of like, I don't think that'd be too crazy to, you know, um, people would be confused about. But that's sometimes stuff that we kind of like want to be a little cautious about. Like, are we kind of like making a gameplay kind of like implication with stuff like this? Like, so for example, if it was a piece of gilded cheese, because cheese has a super relevant element to the game, people will be like, where is this cheese? You know? But if it's something other than cheese, it might not be as bad. Or as kind of like, I thought he was going to drop that cheese, you know? Ooh, holding a mirror with a reflection of himself. I like that. A fork. Just a stick. Holding a family shield. Yeah. Another hat. Oh, I like that. I like the hat. Holding another hat. Monocle. Rolled up scroll. Yeah. Yeah, I kind of want the character to feel like a stage performer, like because I think this character has a lot of kind of like imposter syndrome. You know, they're just like, I am super not actually like this important, but like I want everyone to think I am, but like I know I'm not. But like it's very critical that like people don't see through my ruse, so I really got to put on a show about it. Gotta get like big kind of flanged jacket to kind of just be like more kind of like in, taking up space. Like let's get some like fun kind of just shape language of like very thin kind of legs or something just to kind of add a little more variety and contrast. Although I don't know, maybe we want like the character not to be too tall, or like actually I think that how to be even more kind of like self-important would be to have like a leg propped up on something to kind of like, you know, be like, I'm standing on this thing. So like, like could be standing on a whiskey barrel kind of idea, right? But like, what would be relevant here would be like I would say like a wheel of cheese, but then again, it's kind of also like, well, that because it's cheese, it's maybe feeling like it's implying a bit um, of gameplay. Let's see. A tiny horse or another hat. They feel a lot less vicious if it's just like their whole thing is just like all of the hats. I have all the cool hats. Look at my hats. Aren't I important? A bust of himself. Okay, that's actually kind of funny. It's like if he's holding a bust of himself or standing on top of a bust of himself, that would be pretty good. Yes. Oh, having a collection of fencing foils is actually really cool. Hamlet skull, yes. Yeah. That's a great point, Kevin. Most traditional portraiture is often an object representative of something that they did or that they want to be remembered for. So, yeah, exactly that. Uh, so, like, this vicious Viscount, you know, what do they want their legacy to be, right? Hmm. Oh my god. I really actually like the idea of like holding a bust of himself that looks exactly the same. Like just do like a just copy and paste, uh, but it's just like a little stone version. It's kind of amazing. And that bust is holding another bust. What's not to love about this? Now, right now, you do look like you were just playing with your dolls, your little puppets. But that whole kind of like narcissistic kind of like, see how important I am, kind of, I think is pretty good for this concept. And then I think if we like make it more of a sneer and kind of evil looking, we can kind of like play off more of that viciousness. Um, but yeah, right now it doesn't feel vicious so much. But like, I also think that it's not like, oh, it has to be a vicious Viscount. Like, it can be, just a character that fits in this realm, right? So we have like this way too self-important character that is just so full of themselves. That kind of like will play to that kind of space, anyways, right? Depending on what the goals are. Because again, these were just like basically we took or Norman just kind of came up with whatever you know character ideas, like a theme of, oh, like some kind of dancer here, some kind of royalty or status person there, and then just kind of like using alliteration gave it a fun kind of theme. So if we just want like the like overly self-important landmonger kind of character, I think that's more than appropriate. Um, only the bust is vicious. Yeah, because it's like I want to be known for this, right? It's just like that'd be fun. And I think right now it looks like it would be like this weird puppet, but like if it's out of stone or something like that, I think it'll be a little more obvious. Or it could be um, like posing with the bust. So like if we had kind of like the character bust here up on a pedestal, right? Got your hat because it's very important. And then the mouse is like, oh yeah, look how cool I am. Just kind of, posing with it, but like looking all lame. Like, looks so cool here. Something like that. But I like, yeah, either he's just like holding this heavy bust and just like, hey, or like it's on a pedestal and he's just like doing that kind of thing. Um, hmm. The bust is bigger than oh, that's also good. I kind of like, oh, that's a good idea too. Yeah. So like, we got like, um, yeah, I think we need like good enough elements to kind of like be like, see, it's me. So like having something signature like a ridiculous hat or like shawls, um, stuff like that. There we go. Vicious looking statue. I'm kind of like, is this mouse like posing with his like dad's statue and being all like, look how great I am? Or like another kind of like direction this could go in is like this could be like a different mouse's bust and he's about to do some sabotage or something like that. He's like, you're not allowed to be more important than me, and that's kind of a vicious thing, right? But yeah, I think the kind of like, I guess, general vibe that we kind of got going with some of the characters is they're very nefarious with each other and not a lot of trust between the characters. Um, it's a lot of subterfuge and just kind of like, yeah, I'll leave it at that, I think. But um, so the idea of like this mouse messing with other mice could be good. Let's see. Standing on a broken trap. Snapped over his toe. Vainglorious. Yeah, holding all the land deeds. Yeah, having like the medals actually being on the bust itself. Ooh, stabbing a portrait of another mouse with a knife. Ooh, interesting, interesting, interesting. Or just like slicing down and like, you know, vandalizing it. The Vandal Viscount. Mm-hmm. Viscount Vandal. That'd be fun. Just kind of like shoving a statue of another mouse over. Just like, oops. That I kind of like that concept of this mouse is just like totally over the top, like, look how important I am. I have so many beautiful ribbons, and I have the biggest hat, um, and then just vandalizing everybody else's nice stuff. It's like, cannot put up with other people having nice things. So, absolutely vicious, that works. Vandal, Viscount works. Um, Villainous Viscount, all kinds of good stuff. Yeah, that might be a good direction. Mm. Just cutting everybody else's hats. I must have the tallest hat. All right. Not much for coming in a bit late. We're working on a new character for the permanent area coming up, and the idea is we're kind of trying to create a vicious viscount. That's kind of like the prompt that I'm working off of, but doesn't need to be adhered to thematically. We're basically looking for someone in the upper echelon of kind of like old school classes, and kind of making them villainous or vindictive, perhaps van- vandalous. But yeah, so mm, yeah, a lot of these. We like our alliteration. So yeah, so basically this over like self-important character, just absolutely being a menace. Um, you know, posing with like this kind of like vainglorious version, um, like remember me for how vicious and vile I am. Just vandalizing and just vain in general. A lot of good V words, huh? Pencil thin mustache. I agree. Oh, he's replacing the bust with his own. I like that. Just kind of, and the hat is like even taller on the bust. It's like so inaccurate, but made of stone. Yeah, I think that's fun. Um, we actually have some really good character ideas here. Got some good stuff to work off of. It might be hard to actually decide what one I want to go with. Okay. Yeah, so this one's kind of like the concept of like posing for the portrait, um, and like uh, those kinds of paintings were very much like, I'm holding this object, and I want you to remember me by this concept, this thing that I'm showing you. So like this, the character just holding a bust of himself is just too funny. Um, Try not to make it look like just a weird marionette. But this kind of does the same thing where it's like, this is important, you but also is even more villainous and vicious and vindictive and vain and all the good V words. Um, this one's funny, but like I don't know if it has the same kind of story. It almost feels like kind of like, look at how cool my dad is. Although I imagine I could make the character look the same. Um, I think this here tells the strongest story so far. Um, looks like a magician. He does, yeah. I don't know if I'll go with the crazy tall hat, and yeah, the pencil mustache with like that hat does feel very much like, uh, you know, pull a rabbit out of the hat kind of action. But plus, he's totally gonna have like a shoulder cape or something ridiculous and like sash. So I think we got a lot of like stage magician vibes going. Mm. Yeah, a trophy instead of a crazy tall hat. Yeah, yeah. Like the hat is like kind of a social status thing, but like I feel like these like, ooh, like uh, the like the cut jacket with the shoulder pads and like get some like medals or something on there. Um, it's just like I really want it to feel like this character is overplaying it to the extreme, and so the hat is like a really good tool for doing that. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's ridiculous for this character to like literally be like just kind of shoving someone else's special kind of like, hey, look at how cool this character is, shoving that out of way and just putting his own in that place. Like that's super vicious and just like I think that is like exactly the kind of character that I want to portray. So I think we're going in the direction of this kind of, I'm stealing the show here. And then we don't necessarily need to like lean into that like ridiculous hat to kind of show how vain this character is. Um, so, but it's freaking like it's funny, this hat, especially if the like the statue, the bust that he's replacing it with has an even more ridiculous hat. It's pretty good. A special band around the hat that looks like a crown. Yeah. The most vain, self important. It's pretty good. And it looks fun. It's just a little extra fancy. But like again, good like little kind of just subtle detail that can just tell more story is perfect. And I think that like the top hat, the kind of like material choices of things, like we can have like nice suedes and stuff like that. Have this be a little more of a fun, unique top hat. It's got like the flanged up kind of brim or something. I mean the like the crown ribbon already does quite a bit to kind of, and the ridiculous height does quite a bit to kind of like show how ridiculously, you know, set up this character is. It's got like a nice wig jammed under that too. Cause like I feel like that's just another layer of like potential showmanship. I have the most powdered wig. You wouldn't even believe it. Yeah. Yeah. The shoving, like just usurping the statue is just, it's brilliant. Thank you to whoever suggested this. I think it's really fun. Because like I don't know how I want to show vicious other like you can do vicious violence and like expression of course is great, and I'm going to kind of like try to push this character's expression as well. That whole like sneering kind of, I don't know, not very good at expressions so much. Could be a hard one to sneering. Just kind of like very self-pleased and, you know, devious, kind of all wrapped up in one, squinty and yeah. So I'll work on that. We gotta get that pencil mustache in there, of course. Um, oh yeah. Looking away from it to be extra snooty. That's a great point. Yeah. Like don't even want to look at it. I don't even want to acknowledge it. Good call on that. I like that. Instead of kind of like showing where the action is, it's showing the emotive kind of like intent. Oh yeah, just kind of like looking up, like away. Yeah. Just like I don't even acknowledge you. You are below me. Perfect. Yeah. So I want to like turn the face a bit. We'll get the shoulder kind of up. Can add a little bit more depth to the shapes as well by kind of like layering the shoulder kind of raised up in front of the ear that's kind of tilted a bit back. Need to make some adjustments anatomy wise. It's looking a little sloppy, but can I just do a liquefy? I don't use this tool enough, so let's just see if I can just kind of like three-dimensionalize his face by just smush and smear. It's not the worst. Kind of. Kind of worked. Let's do a... Okay. We got big collar action, right? We got like, gotta get that kind of like gesture of like just flicking you away, like you're a mote of dust. So I think the elbow down. I'm gonna move the pillar itself because it's too close to kind of work with this movement. And I think I'm gonna have to adjust this bust over here to kind of like fill the space better, because right now we're getting kind of wide. Yeah. So let's just chop that. Actually, I'm gonna try just rotating it. I think that arm isn't really doing a great job of supporting that weight. Anyways, it's like, I think I need to adjust. Yeah, this character's whole anatomy is just a whole mess. So let's just kind of. All right, I'm going to grab this and just kind of hide that on its own layer, and I'm just going to focus on kind of like creating a better gesture of this character to kind of figure it out. So I kind of want it leaning forward a little bit. Like taking a bow at the exact same time. Oh, did I do that? Like, could be like just kind of still pushing the bust. But I like this kind of like dainty kind of fingers splayed. It's more just kind of like dramatic flair. With like the big sleeve as well. Hi, Charlie. Thank you. Yeah? Hello. Are you my pop filter? Hmm? Get on my lap. Go ahead. Come on. There we go. And we can have like the like squared shoulder going on here with like the tassels. Get like a sash. I like this kind of like dipping down, kind of like half bow, half kind of like, oh, don't mind me, kind of just, I don't know exactly what, but I don't know why, but I kind of want the hair, like the wig, to be just green. Green with envy, is that why? Ooh, could be that. Could be green with envy. frills hanging off. Oh yeah, this person, this mouse. Leaning over to pick up his bus while knocking the pillar with his butt to knock the other bus off. Oh, that's good. Just that kind of like, oops, did I do that? Oh, that is vicious. I like this kind of like very flowy kind of like ooh me kind of because that makes it more insidious. This like I'm harmless kind of you know just posturing. I like it. I like it. Feels extra vicious with it being like I'm harmless kind of with that just knowing it, knowing exactly what they're doing. Just a, like just a little glint in the eyes, just enough to kind of like show the intelligence behind the action. Oop, how did I get color in there? Oops. Yeah, undercoat frills, you betcha. So it's like bump to the pillar. Um, I'm wondering, okay, so should we have the hand kind of like shoving it, or should we have the kind of like the nudge with the buttocks? Because I actually think that the like the butt nudge is even more insidious. As long as we can kind of convey it. Yeah, the hand is more deliberate, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, that's right. The hand is definitely intentional, where it's like, oh, you think you can stop me? Kind of just like shoves it off. Like, I don't even care. Um, and the butt nudge could be interpreted as an accident. Um, yeah. Yeah, the hand pose. Okay. Okay, yeah. No, exactly. All right, cool, perfect. I think everyone can agree that like, although like maybe the like undertones of like that like bumping it, if it can be conveyed perfectly, it's like, ooh, you are cruel and evil. But like the just kind of like shoving it off slowly, like a cat just sitting on a counter and just like glaring at you while slowly sliding a glass to the edge. Like that's what this character is doing to another mouse right now. They're just like, oh, this is a lovely bust you have. It'd be a shame if something happened to it, kind of thing. Oh yeah, no, and it's not even falling off. It's like teetering. It's being kind of like tilted right at the edge of falling. Just kind of like just kind of like, I have the power to destroy this figure of you, like that. That's cruel. Ooh. Hmm. Yeah, exactly. An animation could like show that like, ooh, oops, I knocked it over, but like it's a still image, so it's got to convey it in just one frame, right? Um, so yeah, the pencil mustache though is like it is so good, and like I think with like a green kind of like coiffed wig, it's gonna be like, oh, this this character is amazingly devious. Not because it's green, it's just like, just I don't know how, but all these features just kind of like make the character more, just kind of like out to get you. Got nothing against green-haired individuals. But they're up to something. All right. Um, yeah. So just kind of like, naturally having gloves on, can't even touch this filth. Um, Thank you very much. I'm actually really pleased with this expression, and it was liquefied. Why not? It's a tool. But honestly, I definitely would not have come up with this concept, and I think it's fantastic. I think I probably would have maybe gone with just like this character that like doesn't fit their outfit and is just like covered in like sashes and like uh, medals and like holding like a important looking document or something like that. Like I think that's the direction I would have gone in. But like this is storytelling, and I love that. Like we're actually doing a lot more of that with this release. A lot of the characters are kind of like really kind of in more of an actual moment and kind of doing something about who they are. I think that's an awesome direction that would be kind of like going in. Oh my god, I just remembered one of the mice that Liz made, and you will know it when you see it. It's a new tier of mouse hunt, I would say, and the mice. It just we've reached a new peak of mouse stem, and it'll never be the same. That's all I have to say, and you'll know it when you see it. But yeah, so it's fantastic. Yeah, I'm excited for you all to just see all the characters we've been creating. They're just amazing. They're so fun. Yeah, exactly. And like it's really fun and satisfying for the artists to kind of like do more of this storytelling kind of illustration. The characters just feel more vibrant and exciting to kind of create and conceptualize. It can be a little more challenging to kind of do it, but I think it's like we are definitely up to that challenge. and it's a great skill to kind of really get good at. It does a lot. So it's something that I'm trying to kind of push more on for myself. I'll I'll figure out the bus based on how this character actually gets rendered, because I think I'll want to reference that for the most part. Okay, I do want the busts to be basically, the same size. The way he's holding the bust might be interesting. God, this is so nefarious. I didn't even think I could figure out something this good. What a vile act. So vicious and vain. It's like, that this is like specifically this character's rival. Just like taking so much joy in this act. Like, very, very capricious. Okay, I'm just gonna grab this and grab this and see what one needs to scale up or down. I'm thinking the one on the right needs to scale down. Yeah, which is good, because I actually think it's taken up a little bit too much space. Give this one popped color. Gotta like make something feel, like unique about that character that's getting replaced. I do like the hand just kind of like smushing over the face though. So I might tilt that arm just enough to kind of like do that, because I just think that's funny. Okay, yeah, I think I'll tweak the fingers instead of kind of tilting this way, they tilt more that way. Okay, I'll fix that hand up. It doesn't quite look as good as it was, but I'll figure that out. What is his rival's name? Jomfrey? His opponent's greatest crime? Not enough frills. Frills. There you go. Gotta roll that R. That is exactly what, like, this character was just saying. Just like, your crime is not enough thrills. Yeah. Just like, big frills. Like, I love how just like cartoon villain this character is becoming. I might have to like have you all like write this mouse description with me. I've written a few mouse descriptions and had those go in the game. I don't tend to do it just because I'm not the best writer, but it can be fun when I have like an idea that I really want to go with. Mm-hmm. Frills have to be in the description. I think you're right. Mm-hmm. The frivolity of the frivolous fiends. Yeah. The reluctant rival, Reginald Rathbone, really received his recompense. Ridiculous ruse. Do I know if the Nobel Prizes will be used in the coming expansion? I do not know. I actually am unsure about kind of like any resource details, etc. So couldn't tell you. I don't see a kind of direct correlation like that happening, but you never know. We've definitely done stuff like that. So the mouse legs are not yet illustrated. So I'm kind of like, I don't know, like I feel like if you're like an old kind of Feedback Friday watcher, back when we did like not even Feedback Friday, but we're just kind of like creating videos to share with the community. Um, there's this thing that we would do in the office, and it's still a thing. We still have this going. Not that we're in office these days. Obviously, we're working remotely, but it is just part of the culture in Hickrab. But we have this thing called the Prance Off, and this is something that I believe. I think it was a Dave and Giorgio thing that started many years ago, but even at like MouseHunt gatherings, it's been a thing, and there have been Prance Offs there. But essentially, like a little kind of fancy dance, but it's a duel, often with very fancy footwork and good poses at the end. And I feel like this character is doing one of those, just kind of like, just like a very kind of posed toes right at the end here, and just kind of like, excuse me. Charlie is absolutely obsessed with kind of getting in front of my monitors and being like, you don't need this space. It's going to be a little hard to try and kind of like get that foot gesture just right, but that'd be kind of fun to kind of like create the prance off kind of footwork. Let's see, I might need to actually maybe just do a new layer where I kind of like figure out the gesture here. Because it's very much like kind of, like a where you like hop in and then like I can't, this plant is in the way, but like the back foot will like come forward and you do this kind of one of these. So I kind of want to capture something like that. Not that you could see any of what I was just demonstrating. Yeah, exactly. Dainty toe touch is precisely what it is about. Like that's the power move that's like instead of like a breakdance fight, it's like a prance off, and it's all about like how dainty is that toe touch right at the end. That's what it's about. Oh man, yeah. What shoes is the mouse wearing? Probably like very tiny high heels or something like that. I can imagine that. Although, man, putting shoes on mouse feet is so weird and hard. I'm terrible drawing like shoes in general, and then like putting it on like mouse feet, which are like an elongated foot essentially, is like, how do you do that? It's just toes. Okay, so the back foot is really kind of what is extended forward in a prance off usually. And that would come out behind. So we have like our weight bearing foot at the front. So I think this one, because we have this hip popped, right? This one's raised, so it's probably containing the weight of the character. So this one's actually the load-bearing foot, right? And what should happen is this one is relatively tucked in and kind of like grounded, right? But this is actually the left leg. So this might be a little weird to convey. But then what happens is you have the right leg kind of going in behind and kind of extending forward and just placing gently the toe here. So it's like, how do I show this without kind of having good enough reference? Yeah, now looks weird. I don't think that worked. Gotta have buckles on for the, yeah, you're right. Buckles, gotta have buckles. Okay, so it's like the hip needs to drop hard, right? And this knee needs to like dip low. And the foot kind of comes across, and that lets that come out and forward. And just dip the toe. Meanwhile, this one is raised up, crossed over, and planted. Okay. I'll give you better gams to pull this maneuver off. This character has been training for this moment. You'd think that, you know, drawing mouse legs is easy for me at this point. Apparently not. I've drawn enough of them, you would think. Okay, so I'm going to have this actually extend forward and more horizontally. Like, you almost want the top side of the shoe to be touching. That's how you get it, like, dainty. You don't, like, dip the toe. You kind of tap the top. You, like, rotate the leg to just dink. And again, like, an animation for this would be like, okay, I get it. Also, like, creating a good balance on this character. Like, I want the center of gravity to kind of, like, flow through the character. This character's holding a heavy bust, pulling themselves in this direction, shoving off here, right? And it's like, okay, I can have the tail kind of like wrapping around the pillar here to kind of stabilize a bit. But yeah, there's so many like little weird kind of things to try to make this convey well that I'm like, oh boy. How do I do this well? Like, this isn't going to look very natural, potentially, until it does. And then I'll be like, I did it. Yay. But like, I need this hip to like feel really rotated, right? So this coat tail needs to come up from here. And like the hip needs to be like way knocked out, right? A ballet touch. Are you drawing that mouse's butt? Yeah, I kind of have to if I'm doing this pose. Like, is ballet touch like a specific thing? Like the toe. Beep. But yeah, that's it. Like I want that like kind of little toe tap. Mousey got back. Yeet. Okay, so if I roll the toes inwards, like so, and then do that, and just like a little shadow there, but like this leg needs to kind of like go down more, right? It needs to bear the weight better than it is. Like this foot is not doing anything. This is very weird pose. I'm not confident right now. As we're getting close to like having to take a lunch break and just like get you stuck with this horrid kind of mockery of anatomy. I was actually just talking to my friend, and we were talking about like, oh, like what is stuff to kind of like work on as an artist, and one of the things that kind of came up is just like you can never do too much gesture drawing and like practice of anatomy essentially. So that is a fact. I mean, you can never get too good at any element of art, I imagine, but like gesture is so important to a lot of illustrator work, at least when you're doing character stuff, that yeah, just keep getting better at that. Never a bad thing to focus on. Okay, it's kind of not quite, but maybe a little bit. Like the leg feels way off. Hi, you're so helpful. Are you like, this is what a butt looks like, Charlie? Showing your butt to camera and shoving it in my face. The gams on this character, though, like, gotta respect. Like, they may be full of themselves, but maybe for good reason in some areas. Okay, so this leg, I'm just gonna like transfer that over to a more, logical position, because their spine would have been just kind of completely crumpled in on itself to have done that. So let's not do that. Because I know you dip the overfoot over pretty deep. Maybe mouse legs just can't do a prance attack, right? Because that like digigrade kind of like heel action, that kind of feels like it gets in the way a bit, but maybe not. Need to like get some scientists to be like, all right, we need to like do some new mouse studies where we train them to do prance offs, and then send all that data to the MouseHunt team. Be pretty useful. Okay, so this foot could just be coming out here and then doing like the top toe tap. There we go. Okay, so that's kind of it. That works. Like, it doesn't need to be like way extended out front, but like just kind of like it kind of going a bit under and out to the side more than it makes sense to. Like you are kiltering your posture to pull off this maneuver. It's a very important element of it. Yeah, okay. That's starting to kind of feel a little more correct. So I think what I'll do is I'll shift the hips a bit too, so that it's not like, okay, this mouse is just falling in this direction, right? There is no balance at all. But with the toe tap, there can be a little bit of kind of, like stabilization off of that. Okay. The weight of the busts is a factor. This hip is crazy contrapposto. And that might be something that's important to show, is like there is this like hip rotation, like it is at a crazy steep dip, because that'll help it kind of read how I need it to. So like I want the top of the knee to kind of really be like closer to the edge here, so we know that it's like really swinging that hip. There's probably ways to kind of show that with like details on the outfit. And I think this foot really needs to kind of like flatten out with the weight. Just like really kind of crush it horizontally here. He says as he draws an angle on that. All right. All right. And then with the tail kind of coming out and wrapping around the bust, that kind of like creates this flow and a little more balance. It still feels kind of off balance. Let me just shift. Again, I like this kind of like bow, right? So like maybe I need to like bring the knee in like up more and make it more of this kind of dipping posture. I think that actually would be good for it. So like let's bring this knee further out. And see if we can make this work. Because I want it to be like a bow or a curtsy or something, right? Yeah, that feels even more kind of on the good extreme. We're starting to figure it out, I think. Yeah. Okay, now it looks like it's just dragging this foot behind, so I need to adjust a little to kind of make this. Let's see, if I have like a stripe that goes right along the top, I can use that to kind of like show the orientation of things, maybe. So this is the top here. And then the leg kind of actually comes out here. And crosses over just enough. I kind of like that like the folded toe though. think by actually showing the toes, it helps to kind of like orient things a little. Um, but yeah, it's kind of challenging, weird one. I actually want the hip to be up more here. So I actually don't even want to see the top of this. Yeah. Not a tattoo on its side. I was thinking of maybe having like stitching or something fancy, like the back of a corset or something like that. How it's like kind of the ribbons kind of tying it together. I was thinking maybe there'd be like something like that on the side of his pants to kind of just add a little extra flair and detail and be able to kind of like show the rotation of things to kind of assist the viewer in kind of like figuring out like, oh, this is the top of the pant leg right here or something like that, and this is the side, and because it's higher up it might be rotating a bit more. But yeah, I don't know, just an extra fun detail, I think. Maybe if this knee was actually turned out a bit more, or in a bit more, I guess, because right now it's quite turned out. That might actually... So like this foot is rotating hard towards us, but if it was kind of like a little more pointing forward, that might actually help us see that, like, oh yeah, okay, that leg is facing in this direction, this leg is facing in this direction, right? But like we can still have this toe really kind of shoved out to the side to kind of like show this kind of twist in the weight. Might be easier to put shoes on this character actually if we do that. Might not have to like rely on kind of like the toes so much to kind of give that direction of the foot. So like, just because I don't want to not attempt it, I'm going to try putting little booties on his feet. Little buckles on them too. Yeah, it's like, I don't know how footwear should work on these little toes. It's weird. So I like draw mouse feet differently for every mouse anyways. Like now it looks like it's doing a weird jog. Like, eh? I don't know. It kind of works on the profile foot, but like having it head on, I'm like, it's kind of hard to really convey. I'll try again with like a different layer instead of having to undo everything. But like this foot looks bad anyway, so yeah. Not that this foot looks incredible either. My earlier foot looked much better, but like I think this rotation feels more good. More good. That's what we want here. Just like a little singular toe, kind of like stretching out to do the tap. There we go. That's the ticket for a good prance attack. Just a little kind of like individual toe just extends out to go dink. Power move. Kaboom. The power move. Alright. Chat might have good shoe advice for me. Let's see. Buckle or shoelace, yeah. A devilish curtsy. Exactly what I want it to be, right? The powerful tink. Precisely that, yeah. Yeah. Needs low squared heel and toe. Yeah, I'm like that's the vibe that I'm like, yeah, that fits. That fits, but like I'm bad at putting footwear on mice. That is a kryptonite, a weakness I bear. There you go. Extra vicious, just got them toenails. Just kind of doing their thing. Dink. All right, that's not the worst. Not the worst. Might even consider it acceptable. Let's see, do we shift this around a little? Do we even rotate it a bit back? I think perhaps even bringing this hmm. Hmm. Something doesn't feel quite right about the knee. It's like this leg doesn't really feel like it's underneath the other leg, maybe? It's like if it's like slid forward more. It's like that hip there, that hip there. That kind of works. Hmm. Oh, I mean, like, if you're counting fingers and toes, MouseHunt has pretty much always had 3 fingers and a thumb, and then 3 toes, and sometimes a dew claw. And that's just kind of like how the mice in MouseHunt got their digits. That's how they be. Yeah, that like we got like the pinky toe tapping here, and it feels weird that that one's like so long actually, because it's like this is the outer toe. If you think about it, because it's the right foot and the rightmost toe, right? Like here, I'll can actually show the hips as they should be, and then like the shoulders should be maybe more kind of like up here, so like maybe I need to move the bust up, which isn't bad because it'll help kind of pose things a little better. But like that's kind of the leg action here, but then this isn't doing that like toe tap quite as well. But I think showing the hips there actually helps me visualize this pose better. And in fact, let's do one of these. Get a nice flip that really kind of gives me a fresh perspective on this. We got that hip popping though. That is a popped hip. And actually this here instantly gives me a lot better read on like why this foot doesn't look good to me. So that was necessary. I think this actually could rotate out more and just extend back. And that actually kind of feels better. Yeah, you just can't not be on my lap right now, can you? Leg circulation. I had to kick her off because my leg fell asleep. Okay. Yeah, actually that's kind of starting to feel a little more kind of like okay, I think I see what this posture is now. Like I actually think this could rotate even more. We really want to get that toe just kind of like floating. Can like dip this knee down a little more. Yeah, drop that knee. There we go. I'm starting to feel like this is working. And then that. Yeah, that's a prance off attacker right there. That's what we're looking for. Cool. Okay. All right, good. Toe feels a bit weird there. I think I just need these toes to be like tucking in as opposed to sticking out. So that this toe sticking out makes more sense. So it's not that it's like spreading them out, but it's more that this toe is raised and the others are pulled in. So it's like doing one of those. It has lifted this toe as opposed to kind of like ripping it off to the side. Yeah. And then we can do like fancy banding on the top of the foot and between the toes or something. Or we can still try to put shoes on it. I think that might work. Oh, yeah. A little kind of like maybe. I actually need to like dip the curtsy leg a little bit deeper because I want that toe to like tap. And what like a weird complex pose this is turned into. Great challenge though, and you know that I absolutely love taking on the most ridiculous challenges for Feedback Friday. Why not, right? Okay. We got a prance off. Actually, this knee can actually overlap now, and I think that'll feel acceptable. Whereas before it wasn't really figured out, and I couldn't make that work. But this is an actual like hit grab prance attack move right here, where you got that like the knee locked through. Pretty good. All right, that feels more correct. What, me? I would never. Don't even insinuate it. Okay, so we can modify the actual kind of like gown to work with this now. So I'm gonna get rid of that. That knee is definitely coming out in front. Let's just do this to make it easier. Okay, so what we'll have here is the coat popping up on top of the hip, right? Oh, we're at 1 o'clock already. No! Lunchtime. I hope this helps the rest of the office reminisce on prancier times. Yes, I agree. That is actually my desire entirely with this pose. It's like I want Dave and Giorgio to like look at this mouse for the first time and just be like, he's done it. He's captured the essence of the prance off. And then I'll have the sash kind of hopping over here. But I think we're going to have to take a little break for lunch. Come back to this magnificent duelist giving their absolute most devastating, brutal attack. Vicious, if you will. Yeah, I'm digging this. I think this is fun. You can't stop me, kind of power, right? It's good. It's good. All right, we're gonna go on lunch. I'm gonna put up the timer. I'll be back at 2. I'm just eat in like a minute or 2 into my lunch, whatever. I want to kind of like get this pose somewhat resolved so that you're not stuck with just like weird floating legs. I kind of want to like pull the legs down just a smidge now. Yeah. Need that spine to breathe just a little more, I think. Let's give it a flip back, see how ridiculous everything is. We're all right. Okay, I'm pretty happy with where that's getting to. We'll fill this in a little bit more here. Cool. Okay. Okay. We're starting to figure it all out. These gams are something. Cool. Okay. Ugh. Let's do a save, because that's important. Pretty important to save our work. And let's pull up the timeline, or the time lapse. And let's have a little lunch timer. And I'll see you at 2 o'clock in 56, 57 minutes. All right. See you soon. Oh, hello. Welcome back. Lunch is done. We return. Howdy, 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 howdy. All right. The Vindictive Viscount. Yeah, I think I said Vicious Viscount when I first started the stream, but I think the actual prompt is actually Vindictive, which what we've ended up creating is perfect for that. So, the Vindictive Viscount. Move this chat over here. Excuse me, please return. Alright. Sorry. Made everything vanish. Okay, we're back. Alright, so where we left off, we have a pretty decent concept sketch. I'm pretty happy with most of it. I think I'm going to tweak a little bit of the like features just a bit, because it's not perfectly where I want it all, but we're getting very close to kind of like being able to move to the next stage of this. So just a few little features. I'm actually also going to change the saved name of this file because I realized I put it in wrong. Vindictive. And Viscount. Save. There we go. That's what I want. Okay, cool. So, oh, actually I need to make sure that's an offline file. So I don't like end up corrupting stuff. Let's see. Available offline. Perfect. Cool. Be nice if like anything I create, because this is how it worked for Drive, and maybe there's just a setting I need to tweak, but on the Google Drive I had, anything I created, it was automatically just like offline mode all the time. So I think maybe there's probably a setting to just kind of like tweak that so that any file I make, it's automatically syncing the way I'm used to it. And I shouldn't have to worry about stuff crashing and getting corrupted. Corrupted like this fiend. My melty eyeballs and weird mustache that's smeared across my face. I'm so beautiful. It's just painted on. It's not actually a real mustache. Alright. Alright. Let's give it a little flipperoo since we've been staring at it for the past hour like so. Alright, so a few things. Dainty Toe, you're wonderful. And I actually want to just kind of make you even more, just kind of like intentionally kind of tink, you know, get that little toe tap. Really just show that. But tink. Yeah, 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 I feel that more. A little kind of like, excuse me. And then this elbow feels a little bit jank. Like this shoulder is like really kind of like crumpled and short feeling, especially since I feel like we'd be seeing this from like a profile. And then this arm and wrist is like quite long in comparison. So I think I want to like hinge this elbow further out. So I want to be on the correct layer to do this. That might help. So just kind of moving that arm out a little bit, which actually is good for the silhouette of the character. It opens up this negative space here a bit more to kind of like show more of what the torso is actually doing. And of course, like, this inner hip area is going to be like very compressed, right? Because we got this shoulder dipping down and this hip popping up. So the waist here is going to be kind of like crumpling in, whereas this side over here is going to be stretching out. So we got this shoulder going up and this hip dropping. So we want to kind of like open that up to kind of like almost breathe even more. We'll have maybe the coat just kind of like flying out of that a little more dramatically. Let's see, what else? I just want to like darken these pants overall, probably. Not that I need to do that in the sketch, to be honest. I think I'm probably good to like flatten all these into a single layer. Right now I have three different layers doing stuff. This, I could probably let that fill in a bit more. I don't want this foot to look like it's kind of like actually up against the pedestal. So that's kind of an interesting place for that to line up, right? There's probably ways to make that work better, actually. Like, if the actual pillar itself is thinner, or maybe it's shifted over to the left, which might be good because the hip is like right up against it anyways. But let's compress this together. I'll apply that, and I'll just kind of bump this over a little bit just to get it out of the way of the toes. Yeah, and that actually still feels like it's centered enough with the bust. It's not bad. Right? Yeah, like, I think that is kind of how things might line up. And maybe that's just actually straight pillar from the ground. Maybe that. Might actually even use like a little symmetrical ruler on it. Just so that it's nice and, you know, sufficiently solid and architectural looking. So it's not quite in the center of the pillar anymore. So maybe that is a bit weird, but I think I can maybe bring it over a little to the right. It's getting a little tight, but that's okay. I like filling the space. We just have a lot of like empty space at the top and bottom of the image. But I was thinking of kind of like moving the bust over a little anyways, because there's going to be like an ear on this character, right? I feel like maybe the way the hand was, it was kind of like impeding that, being able to kind of exist. So. And now I can like drop this finger down even more to kind of like just be like this like little kind of like, instead of it just being like this shoving motion, it's like just a single finger of just like boop, which it feels even more just kind of like just rude, you know, and it's like right on its eyeball or something. How rude. Just a menace. Just an absolute menace. Womp, womp, womp. Alright. Can I have that thumb like really just flayed out? Yeah, I think this also helps with the silhouette read of it, you know, because things are just kind of like spaced out a little better, so there's gaps. There we go. Yeah. So I would say, yeah, another Baroque mouse. They belong to the same kind of release. Slightly different kind of grouping of characters specifically, but like, yeah, same kind of content essentially. And today we're working on the Vindictive Viscount. Who's very vain and villainous and just all around vicious. Very vicious. Thank you. They're fun. Yeah, I'll definitely, when I upload it, add in to the description of the task, just like as many as I can come up with. There's a lot of good V words out there. Veritude, very good. Variety of very vicious V vowels. Variations. I know that Norm usually tunes into the streams, so I'm kind of excited that he's in England right now, because I'm looking forward to his reaction to not having seen this at all, and then suddenly it's like there's the full image. I think he'll have a good time. Cool. All right. Well, I think that we've got some pretty good bones to work off of for this. Doing that auto save. There we go. All right. And no crash. Huzzah. Suppose I could have kept that symmetrical ruler guide in case I needed to turn it on again. Oh, well. I'm just thinking of like this pillar would actually be like to the right of the character, right? Because the posturing, the shoulder, it's kind of coming out towards us. Bam, you know. A little anyways. Like it is being pushed back quite a bit, but I think with this foot's pretty far back versus the actual pillar and prancing foot at least. So having this be kind of like on the ground here and not there can kind of like imply the shadows, using those concepts a bit more. But also, like, I want to use the shadows to help show the toe tap, because that's perhaps the most important part of this illustration for me now, is to get that like this little like doink, that little kind of like tippy tap to just, I need that to read. It's very, very, very important. I want you to like see this image and hear a little sound effect when you notice the toe. So how to do that, we'll see. We shall see. I think if I bring the shadow in here. I'm thinking like we could do more of an underlit kind of thing, maybe, perhaps, if we want, to give him more of a kind of like villainous vibe. So that could be good. Add to the verisimilitude of this kind of very vain and just running. I'm just like reusing the same words too much now. I'm flopping. All right. Post lunch brain. That's what we've got going now. But yeah, so I'm thinking that with where this sketch is, I think we got a pretty good character going. This hat might be a little too close to the edge. Also, I want to get the tail as a part of this. That might be an important feature. So let's get that kind of, okay, so the hip is really swinging out here. So if the tail kind of just like really kind of just like, bah, kind of like pops out here, kind of goes with that hip, kind of just doinking out. And we can kind of just have that tail just kind of like looping back in, you know? It's just kind of like ready to like claim this pillar, right? Okay, so that's pretty decent. Can maybe have the bust like leaning in this way, just to kind of spare a bit of that horizontal real estate. Even if we just tip the hat to the right, maybe. One thing that I don't like about Clip Studio is I can't like hide a selection. In Photoshop, you can kind of like make it invisible, but it's still selected, and so you can like see how things interact without this weird kind of like, you know, just marching lines kind of distracting away and covering up stuff. So like, you know, and this bar it's like a nice quick access to all these features, but like it also kind of like is blocking a lot of visibility. So I wish there was like a hotkey to just kind of like hide all that, but then still be able to manipulate just that selection. So, all right, yeah, I think the tilted hat is fine. We can look at kind of like rhythm in the shapes just now, because I think that's something that can add a lot to a good illustration, is like really analyzing the shape language and seeing where kind of there is some good rhythm of shape where we can add contrast. So like right here, this originally kind of like connected up, and if we have kind of like this dark coat and dark pant and stuff, then they kind of like they can kind of blend into each other, but by kind of creating this like frill gap in between, that might help. But like, okay, for example, we have kind of like this hat going in this direction. The bust is slightly off from that angle. This foot's on the same angle. This leg is off on a different angle. The ribbon's on that angle. So what I'm thinking is we have this angle and we have this angle, and this bust is somewhere in between those two. So I actually think I want to tilt the bust to kind of match one of those two options. And by kind of like having a lot of different kind of parts in the same kind of orientations, you actually create these rhythms. And so right now, this thigh is kind of standalone. I'm not really seeing anything else that quite matches that angle, other than like the ribbon here, and this arm also is kind of like further outward, like kind of bent out. So it's like maybe I can adjust this arm to pull it up a bit to kind of like match the thigh. And we have like this rhythm of this thigh, this arm, and the bust, perhaps, if we could tilt the bust out a bit. Just a smidge. Doesn't take much. So I'll just select the whole thing and then use a different selection tool. That's actually just a marker, and I can just paint away what I don't want to have selected. I don't really use this one as much as I probably should. Okay, so if I tilt this out a smidge to kind of make it feel like it's lining up with those angles. I think maybe even the hip can kind of come up a bit. Cool. Let's go with that. Good. And then, yeah, this arm, I think I could make that more in rhythm with the rest of the piece. I just kind of like bring that down in, and then we got more of this kind of like really kind of doing a gesture, which is good. But of course, to kind of like make that work, is the body like, are we gonna have to shift the whole character over to fit that elbow? I'm thinking maybe we do. So let's do a full, ooh, that's not the kind of selection, just select everything and then do not select this stuff, right? Now, let's see if we can just shift it over just enough. Now, see, the danger is this toe now kind of like looking like it's leaning up against the pillar. But if we have the pillar in front enough, we can do that even more by having the elbow kind of like coming towards us. We're also claiming a bit of that horizontal real estate a bit. But like extending this pillar down, we're gonna have a little bit of overlap potentially with the toes. So that's a bit kind of bad for that. I mean, we could just move the pillar over. I think that actually makes it easier, to be honest. If we just accept that this bust wasn't perfectly centered, perhaps, or we tilt the bust to align more with the hat angle and the foot angle, so it's less extreme of a push, then I think that works. So we do this. Okay. The elbow feels good. There's like a good kind of like bounciness and energy to this gesture. It looks like the character has a lot of room to just kind of shove it all the way off. And they're just kind of toying with it kind of like loaded up with that angle. And then, yeah, the bust itself, let's just kind of like play with that angle a bit. Right? And see if we can't feel like it's more angled to match the hat and this leg. And then just kind of find where it fits nicely on here. Yeah, see now it looks like it's kind of like being slid out a bit. Um, Still pressing on the character in an annoying way. And actually, if we like lower the plinth, then I think that works even better. Just kind of like shoving off of the character's eyebrow. Yeah. And to undo it a bit too much. Okay, so let's get that angle back. Seems fine. Cool, I like that. All right. Computer thinking. There we go. All right. Oh yeah, it has been a while since I've like been doing the whole like adding little Easter egg signatures everywhere, or not signatures, but why can't I think of the word? Post lunch fart brain activate. Yeah, who wants to be the bust getting knocked off? Let's do it. What is the word? Why can't I think of it? Where it's just like the abbreviation of a name, just the letters. Analysis. There you go. L65 acronym. There we go. Good enough. Initials. That's the word I wanted. Initials. Yeah, the initials of people I would add in for funds. We can do that. I just kind of like, I don't know. Just stopped kind of like finding places to add them one day, and then I guess I just kind of forgot to try to do that more. But it can be fun. I mean, I don't think it's always something that I want to do, but like, I just think it's fun for it to be like every once in a while, if you're in the chat and you want to like just be, you know, an Easter egg somewhere in here, it's pretty interesting to do. Why not? Has been a while. Yeah, so like it could be like a little kind of like it's like often when I've done it, like I work at a higher resolution than it's uploaded at, right? Where we have kind of like, you know, the mice are displayed at like 700 by 1050 or whatever. And I draw these at 4 times that size usually. So like a little tiny plaque with like a couple of letters stamped onto it that like at regular resolution you like can't even make out what it's supposed to be, but if you're there you know what it is. So we got like a little L65, and then anybody can just be like, what is this about? Are they talking about like level 65? What does that mean? You know, who knows? There you go. L65, you have a rival. Nice. Oh, got a WWG. Let's see. Where can I put that? Because, like, the other one is the super, like, horrible monster of a character. And I'm like, ah, here, your son's initials, full of love. um, yeah. Maybe the Hat Maker. WWG. Let's see. Um, but yeah, again, it's like sometimes it doesn't add anything. Um, like it can take away if I do it in certain ways, but it can be a fun challenge to try and figure out where to put these two. Oop. Let's see. Ooh, what if he stole the medal? Like these weren't actually this mouse's like earned medals and just stole them. So this one's for like WWG right here. And then players can be like, "Oh, what does that stand for?" The wicked, wily, uh, extravagance award, or gallant. Give it that like WWE look, but it's G. It is WWG, right? Am I remembering wrong? Let's see. Yeah, yeah. WWG on the medal. Yeah, I think this is a fine enough place to hide a little Easter egg like that. And if you don't like it, then just let me know and I'll move it elsewhere or just get rid of it. Of course. There we go. All right. TMA V3. Oh boy. Where can I even fit that? Hmm. It could be like on the sash. The Math Awakening, did you have a beautiful sash that this mouse has pilfered from you? I would believe it. And I think this has to be the last one because I'm definitely going to like run out of potentials without it being like a weird, just kind of like this mouse is scrawled in like looks like a NASCAR mouse just covered in slogans and little logos and stuff. So sorry if you're not getting yours in here. I'll try and do it more. So bring it up next stream. I'm doing it. We'll see if we can manage. Hmm. Don't really recommend using my initials anywhere in this image. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Gotcha. All right. And then should the three be Roman numeral three? Mav. There you go. Mav 3. And then like a lot of these I'm gonna render them so they like kind of just blend into the material. So it's not gonna like jump out at people being like, "What's that about?" You know, it should just kind of look natural in the material and character. Because as much as I do this for you, I don't want it to detract from kind of like or distract from other people kind of like looking at it. It's enough to know that it is there. Yeah. So it's a fun little way to kind of like put the community into the game even more. But I mean, honestly, like you all have like added so much to this design today. Like I absolutely would not have kind of like come out with this character. And I absolutely adore this character. I think it is very fun. But yeah, I don't think I would have kind of come up with this great a design if I didn't have all your input. So even if your little initials don't make it in on the character, know that you know you're a part of this creation for sure. Okay, so this shoulder and side of the bust, might need to resolve that a bit. The ear, that can be the jacket behind. Okay, so let's go back to looking at kind of like angles of things. We got our pillar and hat. I think having those relationships would be good. So I'll kind of like make this even more just totally vertical. What an impressive hat. Um, this kind of like flooping angle here on the coat here kind of goes with the hat there. And I think we're kind of like, we could enhance that a bit on the tail maybe. Just kind of, let's see, kind of drops down a bit more. And it's like, this is probably not the most effective parts of composition, is like kind of like getting the rhythm of shape and stuff like this. But I think it can add a lot of like really, really subtle, nice feel to it. Um, but there are more important things that will really have the biggest impact on the image, for sure. And so that will be more on the rendering side of stuff, where we're dealing with kind of like value is the most important in my opinion. good value structure is like critical. If you don't have strong read on your values, then I think the whole image is just not going to be very good. But like a good shape language and things is what takes it to a next level. All right. The sash is like, yeah, those swoops and stuff, they all go together. Got the fingers doing that too. Okay, let's flip this. Cool. Got another autosave. There we go. Oh yeah, the mini definitely has to have the same stash for sure. Yeah. I just didn't bother with kind of like really getting that detail in there because I'm only going to worry about getting that looking good when I have kind of like the rest of the face really figured out. But we're going to have things like, okay, it's got the hat, cool. It's got the hair floof, you know, and we're really going to play it up here. And then it's going to have this kind of like the like frumpy kind of collar and the mustache. So I think it'll read pretty effectively as like, yep, that's me. This beautiful bust of me. Sweet. Okay. I think I'm pretty happy with this. So I'm going to save, and we're going to start to block in some flats. So we have a relatively simple color palette to work with here. Do a folder and new layer within that. And for this, we'll just have, let's start with the busts. Why not? So we'll go with like a nice simple kind of light gray. Again, like when we're doing flats like this early on in an illustration, we're really not worried about the actual colors or values or anything. We're just trying to fill in the silhouettes, right? And if I were to turn off the sketch, you know, can these read? That's kind of like an important thing. It's not something that I've always been able to achieve, of course, but if it can, then it's going to be, I would dare say, a stronger image. So it's like, yeah, I can kind of make out what that is. You know, we got like a little mouse bust. Now, having seen what it was, it helps, of course, but like things are at least separated out. You can kind of see how that works. And then we'll work with a few layers, I would say. Should be using my opaque brush for this. Again, I probably shouldn't have deleted the symmetrical ruler I was using. So that would have being faster and cleaner. Okay, so we got those two. Also, I'm going to set this sketch to a draft layer because in Clip Studio you can kind of flag layers as like, this is a draft layer. So when I export the image, don't include this layer, right? So if I were to be like, yeah, export this right now at, yeah, 25% resolution, sure. You can see that like the sketch layer does not actually show up. And that's a nice little feature. But what you can also do is tell it that if it's a draft layer and you're using your color picker, ignore this layer. Right now, it's actually not. Because when I had that set up, it was pre-crash, I guess. So let me see about tweaking that. All right. Exclude draft layers. It should be doing that. Oh, it's because I'm on the layer. That's why. So if I go into the actual layer, see how it's not actually changing color until it's on a different layer? Like that's really nice. That's very nice because when you're working and you're doing a lot of color picking, but you have the sketch layer still visible, you're always like just kind of muddying your colors by grabbing a little bit of that sketch color. So by being able to like flag this layer as like, ignore this, just don't even think about it. It's just there for my own visual kind of like reference. Very nice, very nice. Cool. Okay, so I'm going to grab this color. We're going to make this bust. I'll just do this as a separate layer. And we'll come back and clean all this up. Just kind of want to block in the really kind of like just most basic bits of information for this. Okay, got that popped collar. Add cool. And then this is going to be behind a bunch of layers because we have this collar kind of sticking out over top of the bust here, and the hand as well is going to go in front, the gloved hand. We get like a nice hard edge on that shoulder to just make it feel even more powerful. Wow, what a strong and amazing and beautiful mouse. Awesome. So we can just start kind of blocking in other things. Let's block in the coat. And I think the coat is going to go behind the bust, right? Because we got the shoulder here. I don't see it needing to go above any of the other elements, so we'll do that here. Let's not go like super dark, because if we use a super dark color, we kind of like lose the ability to like see our sketch. So we can always just kind of change the color afterwards, but it's important to like block in what we need while being able to actually like see what the sketch is trying to convey. So I kind of like this like the idea of this like satin velvety kind of like royal purple kind of color, but like heavy and dark looking. But like we could have just like a little bit of a sheen to it. That might look really nice. So yeah, kind of want it to go a little more just kind of like red purple. Okay. And then thinking of the layer ordering, I imagine that we would have a layer of frills below, to kind of like have that kind of almost petticoat below it. And then a layer above for the collar and the frills on the sleeves. What the coat is doing at this edge here, I do not know yet. Is it kind of dipping back? I think it might be dipping back right there. Have that shoulder coming out, and as I said, this is actually going behind the busts. The top hat will probably be its own layer. Probably don't need the coat there, but I'll add it just to give myself an idea of where it should be. Pants will be below. So this hip is popping up. This shoulder should be dropping down. And boxy. A boxy drop. Let's just carry this across. Now, the bust would be heavy and actually like has good reason to kind of like drop the shoulder under its weight, but I like it kind of lifting up to kind of like really play up the just like the effort kind of being put in by this character and making it look kind of graceful, and you know, got that dainty toe tap in opposition of this heavy statue thing. I don't know, kind of adds something interesting. Okay, so we're gonna have the frill below. Let's just kind of keep in the color range, kind of warms, I think. But again, we'll just kind of change whatever colors we want when we want. I think that might look nicer in more cool colors, to be honest. So that's below, and then we're gonna have kind of the pantaloons. It might work better with them above. Yeah. But we can use the same color here. The pants and coat, I imagine, could actually share the same material. It's like right here, that separation of materials is like pretty important to give. And like, thing is, I could do this on the same layer as the coat actually, now that I'm thinking about it, if I'm having the pants go above the frills. I could use more layers and have, you know, the behind the pants and above the pants, and I don't know. I don't think it's necessary to get that complicated with the layers, to be honest. Just go with this. Okay. I mean, that's a good point. When the bust gets set down, the head and the hat are going to be significantly tilted, in fact. Yeah, that's a great point. It kind of make it looking down on things, wouldn't it? 'Cause it's kind of like leering forward. But I think that's actually a great point, that I think maybe that should be a lot more balanced to kind of look correct. So let's just kind of take the base here. And kind of drop this shoulder a little. And just kind of bring the center in a bit here. And that, I think we can kind of create more of a comfortable-ish balance. It's still going to be a little bit unbalanced, probably. Well, maybe if I raise the shoulder more, drop this one, and then we can kind of create more of this kind of like collar popping out. Yeah, I think that isn't bad. Good catch. Yeah. Sweet. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I didn't even think of that. But yeah, that's a good point. It would probably just fall over immediately. All right, so next layer we could do could be kind of like behind things, like these kind of feet, the tail. So let's go here. In fact, it would be behind the pillar even. We'll get like kind of a, it's maybe a bit more like that. And we'll have that kind of come out to a certain point, and then I guess there will be a layer above that that can go in front of the pillar layer. Can handle that in a bunch of different ways, but this is a fine enough way to do it. Technically, another way I would generally do it would be like this layer, fine, it goes behind, and then I just have a layer above, and that just cuts off right here. All good. All right, so this, well, I guess actually maybe that would be better if it's above. Come on. There. But then we're not behind that. I guess this could go behind, like so. That works. Little toe tap. All right. Don't think there's really anything else to get with that layer just yet. Okay, and then above the coat, we have going to have quite a bit of details. And this will be above the busts as well. So we'll have kind of the frills. Let's just start with the frills. Go a little brighter, maybe a little more yellow. Get like almost like a doily kind of series of decorative holes on the frills. So beautiful. Darling, where did you get your frills? Okay. And I think the same thing for like these pants. Just a fountain of frills. Now, these are a little bit, they blend pretty darn close to the coattails because, I mean, that kind of makes sense. I think that's fine. We'll lighten them up anyways. I think they're like a bit kind of, yeah, that seems better. They were just a bit off. I mean, they still are, but it's fine. All right, and then we got our kind of like poppin' collar. Good old clown collar. I don't know what they're called. They're weird. That's why they're wonderful. If anyone knows the names of these, and it is sufficiently ridiculous, I would love to know what it's called. Okay. And then we're going to have the sash, medals, etc. I think those can go below. Yeah, the Victorian color. Is that what it's called? Or, like, I feel like things like that probably have, like, an actual, like, specific name that only they're called that, you know? Because it's just, like, so unique. Like a Pompelfloop or something weird. Probably not something as cool as that, but, you know. If I had to name it, Pompelfloop. The Ruff. Yeah, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. Powerful Ruff on that one. Um, Neck Ruffle. Nick Ruffle. Ugh. It's a wonder any of you actually stick around for my madness. Like, I always feel like before lunch I'm kind of sane, and then after lunch I'm just like, I lose it. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna go a layer above the coat, but below the neckful, neffle, ruffles, frills, yeah, neck doilies, kerfruffles. Yeah, I'm feeling this vibe. You know, like this mouse is pretty cool. They know how to like make a scene and kind of like be noticed. This ruffle here, I think, is actually going to go behind. We'll get to that. All right, so we're doing metals, sashes. We'll do like a nice golden sash. Do a smooth line corrective. Very good. Okay, I think I'll do also the trim on the coat here. We'll do like tassels, shoulders, you know. Yeah, it's like the gesture, how in motion is it? You know, should these tassels be kind of like flipping out? Kind of think we should try to give that motion to them a little bit. So the like curtsy might make them kind of swoosh out. The character kind of like drooping down suddenly. Maybe that. I don't know. This shoulder comes out there. We'll just kind of have these kind of adding a little punch of kind of, oh, okay, that's a shoulder there. Got it. You know? I suppose the metal can also be on this layer. Although I want that to go above it. So let's just do this. Do a nice purple. Or maybe red. Purple is a nice royal color, like purple and gold, you know, so do another layer just for this, why not? Then we can add a bunch of metals here and there, give them their own kind of ribbons. Add a little kind of more blue one, add like red one here. That would have been better on a different layer. Let's do it on the sash layer, why not? Okay, and then cool. Men didn't use the ruffle on the pantaloons, so over the top would probably be a smaller ruffle. Okay, okay, okay. So the little, like, you mean these boot ruffles here, the little kind of like these? The top would probably be a smaller ruffle. Like the neck, okay, the top, what is that referring to? Like the neck ruffle, the sleeves, the coat? Should I get rid of the pantaloon ruffles? Or just shrink them? Let's shrink them right now. He's over the top, just shrink it. Yeah, so yeah, like even if it's not kind of like the standard fare, he's so ostentatious that he's just like, well, I have pantaloon ruffles, so I'm better than you. Like he's got like freaking crown motif on his like, you know, like meter tall hat, right? So yeah, definitely just if it irritates others that he has this, that's a win for him. All right. So let's get the gloves, face, hair, hat. I say let's start with the gloves. So they'll be above this layer. Oh, yeah. Like Seinfeld's puffy shirt. Absolutely that. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. That's correct. Okay, so the gloves, I do feel like they would be white, you know? Um, and then that makes me kind of question, like, should the like the sleeves be different? I don't know what would be ideal for that, right? Or could the gloves be like some kind of like fancy kind of like red suede, or go with the coat or something? I'm not a fashion designer, so I I just try to play off tropes as best I can, I suppose. Black gloves. Yeah. Leather to hide the fingerprints. Nice. Actually, I like that. Because this is definitely a criminal. No questions there. This mouse is out to do dastardly devious deeds. Depraved. Delinquent. Does not diffuse. Demonstrates dramatic uh, debauchery? Mm. Don't dawdle. Don't dawdle dwelling. Uh, yeah, I got nothing. This sleeve here. Okay. So let's make them like a black leather. So that thumb is weird. I don't like it. Fix that sketch by deleting it. A prosthetic finger. I'm looking for the two-fingered mouse. Alright. Yeah, I think actually like a dark glove could be dramatic. Maybe the thumb should just be off on the side. Behind it. The pinky is kind of weird, maybe. Something's not reading well on that. Probably have like rings on the outside of the gloves too, just because it's ridiculous. Got those like nubby fingers. That's a great little feature for creepy kind of villainous cretins. Just nubby bony fingers. What are those skeleton hands up to? There we go. Hands. Okay. Ooh, do a large emerald to go with the hair. Yeah, actually. A nice, like, chunky emerald ring. Brilliant. Let's do just an absolute behemoth of a ring. I feel like maybe this one has like a thumb ring. kind of got like spider leg stripes if we want it. If we want it. I don't know if we want to go with that, but it'd be interesting. I just like the idea of just kind of doing almost everything possible to overtop the character, but like I don't want to go ultra crazy and like I think there's going to be other characters that want to dominate in that space. Leave some room for them. But I do like that large green emerald to go with the hair. Good concept. Okay, so we got the neck ruffles. We got gloves. I think I'll put the face on that same layer just to save on some layers. Actually, it's fine if I over paint here because the wig is gonna have to kind of cut off where it needs to cut off. Get the teeth. Cool. Alright, now the wig. It's on this layer. Rings. Okay, we'll do the wig on a separate layer. Go with that color for now. And the hat's going to be on top of the wig. This character doesn't have a green mustache, does he? Would that be too far? Does he dare dye his mustache green to go with his amazing wig? Truly a mouse, just green with envy. Yeah, we might need to kind of like get that green going in other places just to help balance this out. I have some ideas how we could do that. But I think that can kind of happen later down the line anyways. Let's see. Got the rings there. Emerald there. I'm just going to do another layer for the hat. We'll just go with the same color as the jacket for now. It's a whole ensemble. It's a whole thing. And actually, because we did the hat as a layer, we can do the crown detailing as the ring layer, because that's above it. Okay. Yeah. Grab that. Oh yeah. Yeah, do emerald jewels for the crown. Agreed. Maybe some of the ribbon stuff can be green as well. Just super green. So I was thinking it'd be kind of neat if it was sort of more of a lattice. But then we can still have jewels kind of like closer to the base of it. So I should actually just erase out a bunch of this first before I start getting that pattern back in there. Okay. Actually kind of want that to be open still. Then we can do something like that. All right. I think I need to lower that just a bit because the hat tilt. I think that like has a crown feel to it, but it's not like super on the nose with it. But then we can go in and add those emeralds. That definitely feels crown-like. Perhaps now it is too on the nose, but hey, I don't think this mouse actually cares about subtlety at all. Not really his thing. Yeah, rectangle shape. Good point. Just was just like, here, blobs. Blobs are good. Yeah, let's do like nice kind of kapow. Spacing feels a little bit wonky with them. We'll just smile and nod. Yeah, it's not too bad. All right. Ooh. All right. Let's give it a save. We'll give it a flip. And then I think we've gotten most of the flats covered. So let's flip this back. The tail, you do need, I'll just put that on this layer, why not? Cool. All right. Why didn't that work? Reselect. Beyond this layer. Paint that in. Good enough. All right. So what do we got? What do we got? Let's do a silhouette test on this. I mean, it's not completely illegible, right? If you kind of have an idea of what it is, you can kind of tell what's going on. It's not the worst. This thumb and frill could kind of have a little more gap there, maybe. Or, oh, that's the frill. Well, then again, like we're gonna have the grayscale, the values kind of like create all the balance there. So these black gloves with the gold accents are pretty intense, right? Got a lot of like contrast with that, and that's not bad. And it has this kind of like venomous looking, like danger warning tarantula kind of feel to it, which is quite interesting. Um, so that's not terrible. I guess what we could determine is like what kind of lighting structure do we want? Do we want kind of like a bit of an underlight? Could be more dramatic, might be a little more complex to pull off and make work well. And I don't know. I think we could do with kind of more like a fine standard top down works. But let's see. Look at this in grayscale view. And this is a really good way to kind of like get your values kind of into where you need them. Because we have our kind of flats where I want them, we can take our sketch and kind of lower the opacity down even more because we don't quite need it as much. Still useful for when we're doing like detail stuff, of course, but if we're doing something more like blocking in our values, this is a useful trick, but sorry, my nose is really itchy. But it might not be the easiest to work with. What I basically got cat hair on my nose. Do a kind of like luminosity layer in Photoshop is what it probably be called, but like a brightness layer in Clip Studio over the whole folder of the mouse. This has all the flats. And what I can do with that is just kind of start to like build value structure in this. And I'm doing it all on one layer when I do it this way. So I can kind of hit everything at once that I want to. However, then I need to like go and translate that down into the layers below, which is kind of like a mess, and it ends up being extra layers anyways. So it's more just kind of like to do it to get a general idea of like what kind of value structure do I want it to have. So this should be more like a sketch of the values as opposed to what they end up being, I guess. Probably how I should be treating this. Because otherwise I do kind of translate these down and then just kind of tweak them. Wonder if there's a way to just kind of like apply this to all the layers below. Like some things, like the hair, should just have a overall kind of deeper value. Like, let's turn off the sketch. Right? Kind of use this to just kind of like get a good idea of volume and kind of like how to control where the eye's kind of focusing. Again, very itchy nose. So stuff like the frill here, we can also make that go brighter, right? Like the emeralds. Like if we're doing this all on one layer, and all these other things are, you know, their own individual layers below, kind of becomes a bit of a mess to get all that information down to those layers. So it's almost like the way I would want to work is just sloppy and fast, where I can just be like, okay, cool, flatten it all into one layer and just paint on it. Just go for it, man. But of course that, you know, makes it a lot less convenient to kind of like use clean edges and kind of being able to just like work on just one part without having to worry about painting over others. And so I feel like what I'm doing here by doing this all on a single layer is like getting it to a point where I'm going to be like, yeah, I like that, and then just kind of like having to deal with doing it all in one layer. So pretty sure as I was talking about this, I'm like, I shouldn't be doing it this way, and I'm going to do it this way that I think is terrible. Don't do it this way. But here I go. I don't know. Maybe I should embrace this kind of recklessness of like, I'm just going to do it all in one layer. I'm just going to flatten it all. And I've done this before on stream. And it only happens on stream. Well, not only. But it definitely happens on stream more than it does just kind of working regularly, where I'm like, I'm gonna be reckless. I'm just gonna do this thing. And I know it's a bad way to work. Don't do what I'm doing, kind of thing. You will regret this. Wrong layer. No, it's not. Yeah, the hair, I think it would have some pretty decent darks and highlights. So like part of it is like, what is the material actually made of? How would it interact with light? You know, for like the ruffles, for the most part, the most shaded areas are gonna still be, you know, relatively bright. We have a lot of ambient light in this kind of scene. And because it's like the base material color is light, you know, it's not gonna kind of be as dark as the coat, which its base material is dark, right? what I might try to do, and I don't know if I've really tried working this way, but like, so I did my flats, and they're all in like this folder. But now I'm doing this kind of grayscale value pass on a layer on top of this folder, right? And then what if I do like saturation and colors as layers on top of that? So I can still go back into the specific selections in this folder, but I'm kind of overpainting on everything, and then just the topmost layer can just be a regular clipped layer. It might work. It might work. It's weird, but can't apply clipping masks to a layer group in Clip Studio Paint. So I like if I merged this, it would like flatten out the folder. Um, but it'd be cool, yeah, if I can just like apply this to all the layers in this folder is what I want. I mean, there's a thing called a reference layer, and I wonder if I could do that where it's like use that and like, yeah, I don't think it works that way. Correction layer, like, no, that's more filter stuff. Um, what's a layer folder? See, there's things that I haven't really like tried to mess around with completely. And maybe there is a great way to do this. But like, I don't think it's something that you can do in Photoshop either. I don't know. Like, I know that you can do more multiple layer manipulation stuff in Clip Studio that you can't do in Photoshop. Like, you can make a selection and be like, everything in here I want to like cut out, right? And that's actually going through all of these layers and actually going into every single one of those layers and cutting out stuff, which Photoshop absolutely cannot do. And that's pretty cool. So like the fact that it can do that makes me think that there is a way to kind of just like take my brightness layer and just like make it apply to just each of those layers independently. But yeah, I don't know how it works to do that. Either way, I'm going to try a new technique today because why not experiment? So basically, I have created all my flats in one group. So those all exist. I can go in, I can access those, work within those. Normally what I do is I just have these set to have a, like the actual pixel data is, like the transparent pixels are locked. So I can just kind of like, take whatever color and just paint in that layer, and it's, not going to go outside of the lines. Or I would create a new clipping mask layer that attaches to that. Same thing. And that's my usual process. It works great. Right now, I'm throwing out all those unique layer information details. Oh, my camera frozen? That's weird. And I just have like a single layer to do all my shading on. It's a terrible plan, but I'm just apparently wanting to try this, even though I know it's just not a good strategy. Yeah, so here we go. So I'm gonna hide that for a second so I can grab this, and I want to erase it away. Why don't I? Oh, okay, I see. The pants are actually on a layer above anyways, so. There we go. All right. My instincts, they be screaming at me. Doing it anyways. For science. Because there's always a part of me that's like, I want to just try it this way. And I'm like, no, that's a bad idea. You're going to regret it. And I never really kind of like commit to it. So let's just see what happens. And I have ways to kind of like work with this if I have to absolutely kind of like bring it back to kind of like the independent layers. So it's actually not like absolutely kind of shooting myself in the foot with this technique, because I can just take this brightness layer here and basically make clones of it down onto each of the independent layers below, have those clipped to them, and we're actually where we would normally be, so it's not a huge issue. Technically, it may even be faster to do it this way. Maybe. Okay, now because this is all like a single stone, that makes this technique nice and easy for that. Because we can just go into the actual layer that is the stone and just like add nice little kind of granular texture to it, and then these kind of like the brightness layer above will just add shadow detail to it. Okay. Got maybe some like more light hitting this. Probably want to get like a little bit of a polish feel to the stone as well. Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think a marble style bust would make a lot of sense. We can do that. That's not too hard to adjust. just kind of going into the base of this and kind of like going for more of a marble look. Let's see. Good way to do that. Good way to do that. Let me pull up some nice marble material for reference, just to make sure I get something good. Yeah, like a kind of warm, light, something maybe like that. And in fact, I'll actually do a clipping mask for this so that I can kind of add some striation stuff to it. And then I think the actual brightness layer itself is going to want to kind of lighten up a bit, just to kind of give more of that marble. I think the sketch is also going to need to disappear for me to like really be able to get that correct. So hopefully that kind of has more of a marble-ish tone to it. This hat is wonderful. Powerful hat. We'll have like a couple of little nooks and crannies that would have the light occluding. Okay, and then I think I would want to get same kind of tonality on this character bust, right? So same deal. Actually, I'm going to put the sketch below. Does that work? There we go. Oh, but I can't do a draft and a clipping mask. Interesting, interesting. Can I lock it and not select that? No. Booerns, okay. Guess that's that. Should probably save this soon. Coming up on 4:11 right now. So with a good marble, you actually have a little bit of kind of like light scattering in it, I believe. Where like the terminator of the light, which is basically where the shadow is kind of, or the light is cut off into shadow, you kind of get this warm kind of like just diffusion through the material. So like the actual edges where it like turns into shadow, I think I would kind of get that like that nice kind of warmth marble, because it's like a kind of, you know, I don't know, is it like quartz kind of material throughout it that kind of lets the light diffuse? Not actually sure. Could be something like that. But what we could do is we could do a layer above, and this could be like a color layer or a hue layer maybe. I'm not sure what would be best, but if we kind of like push for more kind of like color in just those little spaces. Is that going to do good? I don't know. Again, this is kind of like a weird exploration of a technique that I theorize might have some potential, but might also be a terrible way to work. Could also be like a bit of like bounce light happening too, that can kind of have like the material bouncing a color and then that reflecting onto the rest of it can kind of like saturate that color a bit better. Could be that. subsurface scattering. It's good stuff. Good stuff. Got that triple S. Yeah, I'm like trying to remember if marble has like actually like good subsurface scattering, or if it's just kind of like the way people light some statues to kind of like give it that kind of like skin feel, because skin has subsurface scattering, right? And a lot of statues are of humans. So if you can kind of emulate that kind of like little kind of light passing through the material, it's going to look more alive. So either material wise, marble is excellent to carve in, and it has, you know, that kind of subsurface scattering going on, or I don't know, see, like it kind of looks like it could. Can't say I've worked with this stuff. Yeah, it does look like it. At least in some examples. In others, it doesn't. So, kind of tricksy. Yeah, I think it does. Or these artists are just extremely clever and know how to like make the light bounce and light it so that it really has that feel to it. But I'm wondering if it's kind of like got a little bit of that granite kind of quality, um, where the actual like stone is actually just like a lot of quartz and stuff like that does have light going through it. It's not like a fully opaque stone matte, right? I'll just go with it because it looks nicer, and I think that is all that matters. You know, if we can kind of take one thing away, if we can make an image read more clearly and instantly, and it looks cooler and nicer to like do some kind of artistic technique on it, then even if it's unrealistic and it breaks, you know, the rules for how light should interact with a thing, it's totally cool to do it. And I used to not always feel that way. I used to think it was like, no, it should be like as accurate as it can be, because that's, you know, the true challenge is to kind of like recreate something that makes a lot of sense and works in the real world. That's a true test of my skill. Um, but then again, I'm a sucker for good movies with cool lighting, and like when you actually stop and look at those, you're like, wait, none of this lighting makes any sense. You know, it's like this is all totally ridiculous and overplayed, but like it creates these dramatic things that feel more interesting because they're enhanced by kind of just doing things with the light that isn't normal. Um, like making someone's face glow when there's like a television way back in the back of the room that's got like a blue kind of glow to it, and then there's this like hard blue rim light on the back of their face, and it's just like very dramatic, but there's no way that television is casting that much light to do that, but it looks good, it looks cool, so there you go, do that. Yeah, so like let's make that marble kind of get more of that subsurface scattering to make it look nice, I guess. That's what this was all about, wasn't it? I kind of lost the thread ages ago. I mean, right? Always make sure that your film crew follows you everywhere you go, so you always look cool. Gotta have the like the bounce light crew. Get those like shiny, uh, foldable kind of foil covered reflectors. Just have them kind of like dipping around corners and shining colorful light all around you to fill your face. It's a good way. I mean, that's what this character would be all about. It would be like, make me look amazing all the time. Light boy, I need you to fill this corner. My jawline isn't strong enough. Or they need to see how strong my jawline is, rather. Cool. All right. All right, all right. So here's where we're getting into the parts where it's like overpainting can kind of make it a little messy. It's like those fingers, I needed to kind of like clean those up, and now I got to paint right up to the edge of things. But at the same time, it's like, no, I'm going to make it cast shadows anyway, so let's just overpaint the whole thing. You know? I'm committed. I gotta try this technique. I gotta see what it can do. I always kind of like run away last minute. Or maybe I've tried this before and I was like, this is the worst. Why did I do this? When I get to a certain point. So I don't think I've ever like fully followed through with this kind of technique where I'm just like, ah, discard all that building up of these, you know, layers that are very easy to work with on their own, independent. Don't need to worry about overpainting. Just throw that all away and just do it all on one layer, you fool. It works for backgrounds. Sometimes. I should probably get the face going. Shouldn't I? Let's see. I feel like that's not a terrible marble bust. I've made worse marble busts in the past. You know? Haven't we all? Okay. Okay. A good way to handle this might actually be to put it here. Yeah. In the folder, and then I can still put my brightness overlay on top of that. Okay, cool. Yeah, now I can kind of like work up those details and yes. Oh yeah, Because I was thinking about it, I was like, oh, maybe there should be more kind of like striations and veins in the marble because that happens in marble, does it not? But then I'm looking at all these examples and they are like very slate. You know, they're very much kind of uniform, homogeneous looking kind of material. So I was like, was I wrong about that? But then, yeah, good point about it. Like, it doesn't actually look good with busts to have these kind of like veins of kind of like different kind of um, uh, mineral amounts in the material. I suppose that's what it is, and so they avoid it, and that makes sense. Yeah, exactly. The statue of David versus what you install in your kitchen. Excellent example. It's like very uniform, very kind of, you know, looks even, and then in the kitchen it's just as crazy looking as you can get it. Um, good, good. All right, I'm gonna knock this down just a little bit. Go back to the brightness layer. Let's just. Mm-hmm. Do I actually want this sketch up here? Does that help? Maybe it does. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah. Yeah, I'm like, there is marble countertops, is there? No, I was just thinking of granite. Um, no, of course. And yeah, those have the striation. Granite is speckly. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, so I think what we might want to do is, yeah, knock down that level of just kind of crazy striation. Just kind of even it out a little more. I think getting that warmth to it is nice, though. Mm-hmm. I don't hate it. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good point. The tassels aren't balanced in that sense. That's a good point. And yeah, at size, you know, I tend to overwork details, like to the point where it's like no one's gonna see them. Um, so it's not ideal to kind of like finagle too hard. Um, but like one of the things that's important with kind of like the technique that I want to get better at, that I'm trying to focus on, that I'm doing a terrible job at, is creating a nice balance of value. And right now, we have pretty extremes with this. We got like very dark, we got very light, we got a whole lot of that mixing around all over, right? It's just, you just kind of like wiggle your eyes at it or kind of squint. It kind of reads okay, but like there's just so much of it that like as a standalone thing, great. As a cohesive whole, like you're taking in this full character, but then you're like, I want to look at this thing. It looks like there's a lot of interesting stuff going on here. It's like a little too much going on with the values. So what I might try to do is just kind of flatten it all out just a little bit more. Kind of lose some of that contrast to kind of like bring it all into a more middle ground that's not going to be as distracting. Because one of the most kind of like just our eyes are really going to get fixated on it. It's going to be the most important thing for us to look at is just kind of contrast, you know. So just pulling that back. And I mean, maybe it's not fair to go too ham on it right now because I don't even have the other values like locked in enough. But that feels a little less chaotic. And it still, I think, arguably looks okay. I think my internal backstory for this character is he commissions a new bust every time he gets a medal, plants the old bust as rivals' homes. That's why the bust has two medals, not three. I love that. That's so good. Very funny. Very good, very good. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna. Where do we want the contrast? We want it in the face. We want the actual mouse to kind of like pop and stand out, right? So let's actually work on the face. Hello, you've been ignoring me. I'm here. I'm important. I am. This is about me. The mouse. The beautiful mouse. Alright. So I'm actually going to do a new layer up here. And this is actually going to be just like a regular, good old fashioned, just kind of, I can do anything on this layer. It's a normal layer. Whatever colors I put there is just going to go on top of everything. And this will like just be on top of everything else. So, but it is still interestingly clipped to the layers below. Green mustache. Green mustache. More pencil thin. The heck gets taller every time. Yes. Yes. Absolutely that. Brilliant. Okay, so the actual face, the expression in the sketch ain't bad. Not the best, but not the worst. I think for this I just need to like go into using just good old regular painting on a layer. Not using brightness, not using color layers, just paint. We're gonna get some like green kind of cast and bounce light in here. It's interesting because normally I'd be able to kind of like smear it with the colors around it and stuff because they'd be kind of like actually related colors, or I'd just be painting on one layer and it's all just this. So this is kind of an impediment to this technique. Yes, of course he has blush on. Very important. I'm actually going to turn off the sketch because a lot of that is informing the kind of the values on this face. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, so I am starting to hit some issues with this technique, where I really actually want to just flatten the whole image because of this. Whereas before I'd be working in kind of like those independent layers, and it's like, I can just work in that. And I think this is where I tend to kind of like feel that like annoyance of trying to kind of work in a backwards way. These teeth, what are happening to your teeth, sir? Your lips and teeth are not behaving. It's like I could change the color of the face, let's say, but because I have these layers above, and it's, yeah, like it'd be a lot harder to kind of do those shifts if I wanted to do something like that. And like I can't just fill that ear the same way I could normally. So yeah, some issues are arising, which I expected. However, if this was all just flattened then it'd be annoying. But I could at least kind of make adjustments and blend things in ways that might be good. I don't know. I've definitely had this like conversation with myself before on stream where I'm like, what if I just flatten it? And what if I just like throw out good technique just to do it this weird way that I have a slight benefit from at the beginning, but then in the long term it's gonna be horrible? Why didn't you stop me? How could you? How could you, audience? You knew this would happen. Seen it before. Alright. Yeah, and I'm like, that's just on its own layer now, floating in the ether. But like, didn't have to be this way. I knew this would happen. Apparently I wanted it though. Actually kind of yeah, that'd be crazy. Because I'm already working as if it's flattened. I'm like literally like, what if I just flatten it though? I've done that before. It's a terrible plan. It does not work how I want it to. Oh, I'm terrible at makeup. Very bad at it. I do my nails and like it's just blotchy and like I have to wait for it to dry to like clean up on the outside. I have no idea what to do with like face makeup, you know. Never gone full ham with it though, because I don't know. If I like had way too much time, could probably do a good job. What would be interesting would be to like try and create like a lighting effect. Like I know drag artists will like kind of do like cuts and stuff where they create like these shadows and bridges and like contour their face with just like makeup, and it looks like, you know, their like nose is thinner or whatever they want, and it's pretty amazing what you can do. um, so I feel like I would know how to do some of that stuff, but I definitely do not have the like the know-how at the same time. Like tools wise, skills wise, that's undeveloped as of yet. That could be fun. I'd probably be okay at it eventually. It's a skill like any other. Now, knowing what would look good is another kind of like. On the shoulders, could you put a black and green thin ribbon up against the gold and also the metals? So, yeah, no, you are certainly like correct that it's actually not actually that big a deal to do it. Um, I'm just being a little baby. Uh, yeah, I imagine that with just like a little practice, it's like, oh yeah, that's not that hard. Doing eye stuff is like freaky though. Don't like it. Creeps me out too much. It's like I've definitely been put in makeup before, and I'm like, oh, I hate it. I hate it. Don't put that on my eyelid. Eeh, feels horrible. Or like contacts and stuff like that. Just like, okay, so here's where it really matters to like have the difference of layers. Um, so if I want to like paint shadow under this, I have to just like paint right along the edge, right? And like, oh, I gotta clean that up. And oh wait, I just got rid of what was already there. However, if I just go in here and I go to like the jacket layer, and I do like my luminosity layer here, I can just be like, nice, done. So easy, right? So this is why I'm a fool for the like, I'll just try this technique. It could work. I knew it would happen. All right, I'm gonna save, and I'm gonna show you how to fix what I did, because it's not something that I can't work with. So I can take this brightness layer and this sketch, and it'll actually be useful to have the sketch back out of this folder. And go find each of these that are impacted by my brightness. So there's one here. Okay. I can basically just go through and just duplicate this down. Now, is there way too much information in this file now? Absolutely. Definitely. And just get rid of the top one. And there we go. Now they all have the same kind of brightness information they had before, but I can actually go in and kind of adjust easily. Right, so like this one, I'm like, not happy with that. Actually want to brighten it up there, and there. I want the sketch to just be, well, see, that's too bad. Oh, wait, could I? Okay, I'm just going to get rid of that. I'm going to move this down to where the actual face is. Wherever that is. Where's your face, buddy? It's above all that. Probably up at the top. Okay, it's below the hair. Yeah, that's the face there. But now it's behind. There. Okay. You're the sketch, aren't you? Yeah. Color layer. You're only useful for the bust. Wherever that is. Here. Should that go below the brightness? Yeah. Okay. Now, if I make a new layer, make that a normal, can I apply? Did that work? Ooh. I can actually clip like a folder to another folder. I think. Did that? So see how the sketch is kind of like scattered around down here? Yeah, that works. Sick. Okay, that's cool. Just put that to 100% and drop the folder down. Why is that? Teeth? Hello? Oh. I see. Alright. Learning some stuff. So I'll leave the sketch on. So now I can do selections without grabbing the sketch layer, which is important because that's always kind of there. And it's clipped, so it's not like making a mess outside of things. I have gone back to my regular technique of kind of like working within these lovely flat fold like layers that I've meticulously put together in the first place. So good on me. Yeah, so it's so much easier to get like crisp edges and like, you know, paint behind stuff, you know, like that's kind of like the one of the wonderful things about digital painting that I love is just kind of like being able to like structure things to work really well. Yeah. What fool I was, thinking I could save time by doing something I knew would make a mess of it. What a fool. Alright. These pants though, like you could just go together like that. Just saying. Why are there two brightness full? Like, you two get together as well. There we go. There we go. Okay. I feel like the jacket itself, like this material, I think overall could just be darker and more saturated. So let's do a saturation layer. And let's like pump it up. Ooh. That's kind of fun though, right? Like, hello. I think you have a fun colored coat, right? Is that neat? Like, this mouse does have something to prove. Like, if we get, okay, you know what? Like, I may not know fashion at all, like, to save my life. But I feel like if I just hit it with a little bit of like, oh yeah, like that. Like now we're cooking with gas, I think. Oop. Mm-hmm. And like, I don't know, this kind of fabric screams high contrast, pay attention to me, you know? And that's what we want. We want this outfit to like grab your eyes and like be like, you are not allowed to look away. What were you thinking? You've fallen into my trap of eyeball prison where you must admire the sheen. There is no escape from how luxurious I look and feel. right? That is power play. With the green hair too, right? Gold net trim. Oh, that could look nice. Yeah, like gold accents on things to kind of like just kind of lock that red in somehow. Yeah, let's do that. And again, that's why I kind of like, all right, having layers to work within is a good tool. I don't even like the brightness on this. I'm just gonna get rid of that. Let's just do a clipping mask, and we can kind of like work more with like cool, nice popping colors instead of just like, let's just muddy it up with black and white. No. Let's enhance. Yeah. There's a reason why I have the technique I do. It is much easier to use. Works works well. Um, so yeah, at least how I like to work, anyways. Not everyone's cup of tea. All right, so yeah, like we could do like a trim down the coat tail or something, maybe, and then like the pant leg. That could look good. I kind of feel like ultra thin is kind of nice though. I mean, if we really want to go for it, we would make it all like Baroque kind of detailing with super intricate embroidery and madness like that. Yeah, right? But then this gotta have that hip line, right? All right, we're doing it. I don't even know what I want to do for this, but let's just make weird patterns that will look kind of swell when they're all shiny. This is probably the worst Baroque, but I did some decent stuff on the Baroque dancer, so should be okay. Could I do it in green? I suppose that I could. I think so. Okay, thinking of like we got value structure, we got shape language, we got like rhythm. Um, Another thing is kind of like color harmony and balance. And so I think if we go too hard with the accent colors, which currently is like the green, we have like a lot of this kind of warm purples, reds, oranges. And that's kind of like the main kind of like context. If I take out the green, it's all kind of like in that kind of warmer range. And the green is like this pop that happens. And if I put it too much everywhere, then I think it kind of like unbalances it. But like, let's see what we can do. See if it works at all. So if I go for like this kind of, oh my goodness, it's 5 o'clock already. I don't know. Like, I could probably settle it down to make it work, but I do wonder if doing more of a kind of just golden trim makes it a little bit easier to fit in there, because it's still in that kind of like warm, you know, kind of range, and then we kind of keep that green pop for those kind of like little moments. Actually, now that I see it, I'm like, well, I gotta give the character like a giant emerald toe ring or something. Yeah. So in the end, I managed to, you know, bail myself out of a silly prison I was like capturing myself within, with kind of being like, I'm just gonna put a single layer over top of it and it'll be way easier. I never learned, but it was easy to fix at least. But yeah, don't let me do that anymore. It's very silly. Kind of want like the inner trim of the hat to like should it also be this kind of velvety, you know? I don't think we want it to be green there. Or like, should it be like golden? Would it make sense to have this at all? I don't know. Am I overdoing it with all this kind of fancery? Probably. Yeah, I think that might be a little distracting, actually. Like, maybe we just keep that simple. Although, this hat really should match the rest of the ensemble, should it not? Should it not? Truly would be a fool not to. I mean, if you got a title like Viscount, I think you got a cool pink hat. Just saying. Green eyebrows. Maybe. Maybe. A little bit of that slide up in the hat there, the underside of it. Mm-hmm. It's in the contract. You're quite right. All Viscounts have the coolest stats. That's why they have, like, such impressive busts. Very important. You? You may be an earl, or even a sage, but you don't got my hat. So you're nothing. Nothing. All right. On that note, I think that I might wrap it. Oh, because it has been a good session, good long. I think we got pretty far along. Like, honestly, there's definitely a lot of details that I can just go crazy with and work on this for another, like 6 hours, easy. Um, but I'm like super happy with where I've gotten with this. We got some wild Charlie and the Chocolate Factory stuff going with this. It might just be the green hair, but I think the very fun outfit and such kind of does do that. Um, but it's fun. I like it. Yeah. So lots of little details to kind of like get put in, but I think we've really gotten like some great stuff for this character going now. I feel I'm pretty good with the direction, and I have an idea of kind of just like, yeah, I think I should be able to finish this off with minimal input required. But again, like honestly, uh, you all are the ones that made this beautiful creation happen. I was running basically entirely off of kind of like just direction from the chat, so good stuff, really good. And I will give this a save and give this a time lapse because it's fun. The bus hat is a little straight, but it also is just kind of like elongated. It's like stretched out like gummy. And it was kind of more like extremely kind of like kind of womped out. But I actually straightened it to kind of like have it match the pillar. I wanted to kind of create this similarity between those two opposing kind of objects. There we go. That's. But yeah, so it might help if there's like another vertical kind of like matching thing to kind of create that do in it. Um, but it's not ultra important to kind of like get that rhythm everywhere. Mm. It was more tilted, like it was way over, and then someone pointed out that like if the character actually replaced that bust and put it down, it would just topple over because at least where it was like way kiltered. Like if you look at the, here I'm pointing like, if you look over here, you look over there, you can see that the tilt is pretty intense. Like if you think that's the flat there, got a good like 30-degree angle going. Look at these gams. Oh yeah. Yeah, it was a interesting challenge to figure out how to make these legs do what I want. I do feel like I figured it out in the end. Like I am happy with this little toe. Boink. Um, but boy, I fought that for a while. Or it felt like I did. Bus being tipped over. It, it looks like he's sticking his tongue out. Kind of like that. Actually, I kind of want to make that the case now, where it's just like Yeah, I want you to make a statue that will like outlast me, where I'm just like blowing a raspberry at everybody. That's like these mouses culture is just like how obnoxious can we be? Whoever's the most obnoxious is winning. Yeah. On that account, I'm thinking the eyebrows could be a nice addition. What fun. I'm enjoying this character. It's quite good. It's very just having fun with it. Mm-hmm. Those are some dancer hips. Yeah, see how like extreme the hat is in the end here, where it's like, because I even like straightened it up, but then I didn't kind of like bother tweaking the bottom until just now. Yeah, yeah, and I think those tassels are kind of they could be more uh, equalized on each side a little bit. What kind of floor are we thinking? Parquet. Oh yeah, yeah, we could do that. Like actually, I think having kind of like a reflection in the shadow might look extra fancy, you know, like if it's like a super highly polished floor, right? I've done this for cheese and a few items, and it looks great. Like having just a subtle reflection of the object, but I don't tend to do it for mice, you know? I tend to just kind of be like, all right, there's a shadow, and maybe I'll color the shadow to kind of like create a little essence of like, yeah, it's kind of sandy ground, and maybe get like some speckles of stuff. But yeah, I think for this, if we like kind of implied just a little bit of parquet patterning and like created this like shimmer in the shadow, that would look like it's like this beautifully, you know, polished, great, you know, grand uh, floor, and I think that'd be fun. I'll try to remember to do that. Yeah, you can see how like extreme the like the contrast is on the bust on the left. I mean, it doesn't look incredibly different, but like it just kind of is too strong, and it like I think even now it might deserve to be kind of like moved a little bit around, where like the darks and lights and midtones are grouped more. Um, or maybe this is already after I've adjusted it. Yeah, it is because the color's here. Well, it was too extreme before. I think the art team's gonna love the coloring. There we go. Okay, that's where we're at today. But I hope you all enjoyed the stream. I certainly did, and I appreciate you hanging out as always. I'm not sure who's streaming next week. It's probably Dave. Might be me. We'll see. Um, a full background would be awesome. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like I would love for us to do that, but it would make like all characters take twice as long to produce. So that would literally, make all of our releases take significantly longer. Um, but like I'm into kind of like putting more of the environment and stuff in like more important and boss type characters. Like if it's like a special mouse that is like significant to the gameplay purposes, like I think it's fine to kind of like add a little bit extra. And like bosses are usually that mouse, right? So kind of like putting them into more of that space is fun. Right, Charlie? Here, switch cameras for you. Oh, that's it. Okay. Hide that face. But yeah, have a good weekend, everybody. It was very nice to have you all here. And happy birthday, Mouse Hunt, coming up. 15 years, you guys. That's crazy. Crazy. Um, but yeah, I appreciate all of you. And if you've been with us for a long time or you're totally new here, uh, we all appreciate your being here. And thanks for making this happen. Like literally would not be a thing if it wasn't for all of you. And you're amazing and awesome. And that's about that. Happy birthday, my son. But yeah, take care of yourselves, take care of each other, and I shall see you next time. So until then, happy hunting. Catch you later. Bye.